Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would kindly like to ask you to take your seats and remain seated until the ministers arrive. Thank you for your patience. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I welcome you at the Budapest Balkans Forum, which is the flagship conference of the Hungarian Institute of International Affairs, My name is Cynthia Viola, and I will be the host of the conference. First, I invite to the stage Gledon Pepim, President of the Hungarian Institute of International Affairs, to hold his opening remarks.
Good morning, honorable ministers, excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. It's my great pleasure to welcome you all to this very, very full 9th edition of the Budapest Balkans Forum of the Hungarian Institute of International Affairs. It's great to see so many familiar faces as well. Over the years, this forum has grown into one of the largest and most significant summits devoted exclusively to the Western Balkans. We are honored to host 6 ministers from 5 countries across Central and Southeastern Europe, alongside high-level representatives from the European Union, NATO, and international missions in the Western Balkans. For the 9th year in a row, we're proud to reaffirm our commitment to serving as a gateway between the Euro-Atlantic sphere and the Western Balkans, a region with which Hungary shares a long and deeply intertwined history. Today is no different, and we are very proud to continue that mission. We are neighbors to a region that is home to ancient and proud nations where cultural and religious diversity coexist. The region exemplifies that modernity and tradition are not opposing forces, but rather complementary elements that form the foundation of national identity and drive growth. Hungary's foreign policy in the Western Balkans is shaped by these often shared historical and cultural values, allowing us to recognize firsthand that regional stability is a strategic necessity for all of Europe. For too long, our calls for coordinated cross-border solutions have gone unanswered and have been neglected. Ensuring that these countries have access to frameworks that provide economic stability is not just an opportunity, but a matter of national security for Hungary as well as Europe. The Western Balkans is more than just another region knocking on Europe's door. It is already a highly integrated economic powerhouse and a crucial security partner surrounded by EU member states. Too often, discussions focus on what the Western Balkans stands to gain from EU accession. Today, I would encourage us to shift that perspective and consider what the European Union has to gain. The region represents what the New World is about: connectivity. It's a well-functioning economic engine offering maritime security and access to vast natural resources. The Western Balkans is indeed connectivity in practice. The first 2 months of the new American administration have confirmed Hungary's concern that Brussels has been misreading the strategic reality surrounding the continent. The slow and inconsistent integration process of the Western Balkans is an unfortunately perfect example of this miscalculation. While the European Union invests in projects that all too often have little chance of success, even the United States has made it clear that these ambitions are not going to pay off. So it's time for Europe to get its priorities right. If the European Union continues to hesitate, other powers will not. Now is the time for leadership and for pragmatic decision-making, and for recognizing that integration is not a peripheral issue, but a geopolitical necessity. At last year's Budapest Balkans Forum, Hungary was preparing for its then upcoming presidency of the Council of the European Union. Foreign Minister Szijjártó, who will be with us a little bit later this morning, described this presidency as the most pro-enlargement EU presidency of all time. Hungary has long argued that integrating the Western Balkans is essential for Europe's competitiveness, both strategically and economically. Hungary's economic presence in the region has grown significantly in recent years. Over the past decade, our exports to the Western Balkans have increased by almost 150%, surpassing 4.5 billion euros. The failures of European industrial policy, ranging from energy mismanagement to regulatory overreach, have only made Hungary's emphasis on competitiveness more relevant at the European Union level. It's encouraging to see that the new US administration also recognizes the urgent need for a stronger and more competitive Europe, one that we envision to be in close cooperation with the Western Balkans. Our motto is Hungary Connects for this conference, reflecting our long role in bridging nations and the region. So, in closing, allow me to encourage this forum to serve as a space where we can reaffirm our commitment to a stable, secure, and fully integrated Western Balkans. And with that, I would like to welcome you to the conference and enjoy the discussions.
Thank you, Mr. Pepin, for sharing your thoughts on the importance of having a Western Balkans conference in Budapest. Now we have arrived to the first ministerial panel discussion of the Budapest Balkans Forum. For the opening warm-up conversation, I would like to invite to the stage His Excellency János Bóka, Minister for European Affairs of Hungary, His Excellency Daniel Mitov, Minister of Interior of the Republic of Bulgaria, Her Excellency Megi Fino, Deputy Minister for Foreign Affairs of Albania, His Excellency Filip Ivanovic, Deputy Prime Minister for Foreign and European Affairs of Montenegro, and the moderator of the panel discussion, Juliana Ármás, Senior Research Fellow of the Hungarian Institute of International Affairs.
Good morning, everyone, and welcome to this high-level warm-up panel discussion on the achievements of the Hungarian EU presidency and its impact on the Western Balkans integration process. From last July to December, Hungary has played a proactive role in keeping enlargement on the EU's agenda, advocating for gradual integration, finalizing the Schengen integration enlargement process, and emphasizing key areas such as migration, security, and competitiveness. Today, we are privileged to have key decision makers from Hungary, from Bulgaria, from Albania, and last but not least from Montenegro, who will reflect on the presidency's achievements and also share their perspectives and thoughts on the next steps for the Western Balkans EU integration path. Let's start the discussion, and let me turn to Minister János Bóka, our Hungarian EU Affairs Minister. And I would like to have an opening question, Minister Bóka, to you, that the Hungarian EU presidency has emphasized the importance of the Western Balkans integration, the finalization of the Schengen enlargement, competitiveness, migration management, strengthening European defense capabilities, among others. In your view, I would be curious, what was the highlight and the most significant achievement of our presidency, with, of course, a special focus on the Southeast European region in accelerating its economic and political integration? So what would you highlight if you need to pick one, Minister Bóka?
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's a pleasure to be here in such a distinguished company. Of course, it's very difficult to pick one or two specific achievements as being the highlight of the Hungarian presidency. I prepared a 2-hour presentation on the achievements of the presidency, and we have booklets of several hundred pages what we have accomplished, but I will spare the audience today. The time will come when we will have to go through all these things. But when it comes to the Balkans and the Western Balkans in particular, I would like to I would like to use a metaphor, what has been going on in the kitchen of the Hungarian presidency. Well, what happened in the kitchen of the Hungarian presidency is that we took the accession process of the Western Balkans out of the deep freezer and we put it in the microwave oven and pushed the defrost button. So we restarted this process. Of course, the accession process is not fully cooked and it's not hot yet, but at least the defrosting process has begun. This is what the Hungarian presidency has achieved during the 6 months. Before the Hungarian presidency, there was a period of 2.5 years when there were no chapters opened or closed in the accession process of the Western Balkans, 2.5 years. So that's why I used the expression, we had to take it out of the deep freezer. For 2.5 years, there was no movement in the accession process as far as the Western Balkans is concerned. And we managed to organize 3 intergovernmental conferences, IGCs, 2 with Albania and 1 with Montenegro. And the last time 3 IGCs were organized during an EU Council presidency was in 2017. So indeed, the Hungarian presidency showed that it is not only necessary and desirable, but it's also possible to restart, to relaunch the accession process of the Western Balkans, and we managed to deliver tangible results. When it comes to the Balkans region in general, I think that the full accession of Bulgaria and Romania to the Schengen area as of January 1st, 2025 is also an achievement of the Hungarian presidency. But of course, a lot of people work for a very long time, over 10 years, to make this happen. And I believe this is a success that is the common success of all member states, and especially Romania and Bulgaria, who managed to fulfill the technical criteria a long time ago. But now the Hungarian presidency also managed to find the political consensus behind the projects, and I think that this is something that we will remember for some time.
Thank you, Minister Boka, for the opening remark, also listing the key achievements, because later on that we can elaborate on those highlights. But now I'm turning to the other ministers, and I would be curious on your thoughts. How would you assess how would you assess Hungary's role in placing the Western Balkan enlargement back on the EU's agenda during our presidency? And already Montenegro and Albania was mentioned. So, Deputy Minister Fino, please.
Well, thank you very much. Very good morning to all of you, and thank you for organizing this very important conference and to be among such distinguished panelists, but also experts of the field. I quite like actually the fact that, because usually we talk about presidencies before they take place, about their priorities, about predicting what's going to happen. So I quite like this idea of taking stock of what's already happened and what we can learn from the Hungarian presidency and what we need to take forward from that. So I think this forum is also crucial in that regard. First of all, enlargement was mentioned, rightly so, because at least for Albania, we saw quite a bit of progress in 2024. It was a year of milestones for us. During the Hungarian presidency, of course, we opened the fundamentals clusters, one of the most important ones, and also cluster 6 on external relations, on foreign policy, security, and defense. So just with that, obviously for us, it was quite a lot of achievements and a lot of push and going forward. But of course, in terms of economic integration through the growth plan, there was a lot of progress and a lot of strong political engagement. I would also like to mention some concrete steps, which were bringing all the ministers together in informal gatherings, informal ministerial meetings. I think that's important, because sometimes we talk about the technical aspect of negotiations without realizing that actually at the core of it is, countries like Albania and Montenegro, or the Western Balkans as a whole, actually being part of the table of discussion. And I was, attracted to what also Mr. Papin mentioned when he said that the shift is also about what Europe gains with having Western Balkan join. And I think having these platforms of informal meetings with the ministers, but even in other, through other levels, is quite important in that regard. Minister Boka was in Albania last year, right at the kickoff of the presidency, and he mentioned that enlargement has a great transformative power. And we as Albanians quite attract to that, because it's true. It's not just about, the technical work, but it's also about a mind shift, a cultural transformation, a transformation of the whole society. And that's what we've been believing in for the last 30 years as a democracy, and that's what we're, trying to achieve with the work that we're doing in opening all these clusters. And when I mentioned that we should take stock of the Hungarian presidency and we should maintain this momentum also during the Polish presidency for Albania in opening more clusters and doing more work in the interim benchmarks for the fundamentals, but also doing more discussions and engagements of what we also bring to the table.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Fino. Now I'm turning to you, Deputy Prime Minister Ivanovic, with the same question.
Well, thank you. And first of all, I must say that I'm very pleased and happy to be here for the first time in the Balkan Forum. And it's a very good opportunity and a pleasure to speak at a forum that is exclusively dedicated to our region and to the theme of enlargement. And as we have heard previously, Hungary has really made enlargement the priority, and they maintain the promise of Hungarian presidency being the presidency of enlargement. I would just build up to the metaphor by Minister Boka. So you did the deforestation process. Let's just not get burned in the microwave during the process. So let's not over fry the chicken. So we have been slowly cooking. And we, as Montenegro, have done quite a lot of work together with our friends from Hungary, but also from other EU member states. Last year in total, so during Belgian and Hungarian presidency, we had a total of 3 intergovernmental conferences. We got the positive EBAR, the interim benchmark assessment report for chapters 23 and 24, as the first country to do it according to the new methodology. And in December, as a so to say crown of the whole process, in 2024, we had another IGC where we closed 3 chapters. So 3 chapters perhaps does not sound like a big number, but it's the same number of chapters that we used to close for the whole period of 12 years of negotiations before that. So in just 1 year, we managed to close 3 chapters, which tells you a lot about the dynamic of the whole process. It tells you about the reinvigoration of the whole process in the past couple of years. And in this process, I must say that we have had a really open, honest and friendly support by Hungary. So it wasn't just in our direct meetings that were very frequent and direct contacts that we had discussing about how to proceed, what chapters we can close, how Hungary can help and so on. But Hungary was also very active within the European Union, very strongly and vocally advocating for enlargement, and we are very grateful for that. And as my friend and colleague said, it's always good to talk about, to assess a previous presidency and not just talk about the priorities of future ones. But I would say that when it comes to enlargement for all the future presidencies, just look up to Hungary and it will be good. So as far as Montenegro is concerned, we have a very ambitious, but as we like to say, ambitious but realistic plan to close all chapters by the end of 26. So with our enthusiasm and hard work in Montenegro and with the support of EU member states, I think it is doable. The European Commission, the EU member states, Hungary among them, of course, are very helpful and are very eager to support this plan of ours. So hopefully, if everything works as it should, then within the next 2 or 3 years, Montenegro will be a member of European Union, and in that capacity and in that role, it will continue strongly advocating for enlargement and helping in every possible way all other candidate countries. So, in conclusion, I would say that the Hungarian presidency and the last half year of 2024 was a very positive one. It was very positive for the European Union. It was very positive for candidate countries, especially for us from Western Balkans, and we are very grateful for that. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister Ivanovic, for the kind words. And actually, we have 43 more minutes, but we can just end here, like you mentioned, setting an example. Hungary was setting an example for the next presidency. But of course, I was just joking. But thank you for the kind words. And last but not least, sorry, I'm turning to Mr. Minister Mitov. So, we heard a lot about Western Balkan countries, but representing Bulgaria here, you had other issues during the Hungarian presidency, and also Bulgaria has many connections to the Western Balkan region as well. So please, I would be curious on the assessment of yours on the Hungarian presidencies, and the floor is yours for the opening remark.
Well, thank you very much first, and of course, thank you for the invitation, and a huge gratitude to the Hungarian presidency for pushing forward the agenda on the Bulgaria and Romania joining the Schengen zone. This has been going for a while, and most of you know, we were technically prepared for Schengen membership since 2011. We're not going to discuss why and how this was delayed for so long, but here we have to admit that the Hungarian presidency made the things happen together, of course, with the participation of the several previous presidencies who were pushing the agenda forward. But it's very, very remarkable in telling that the Hungarian presidency finished the process, or during the Hungarian presidency, Bulgaria and Romania joined in full the Schengen zone. Having said that, the Western Balkans and their membership in the European Union has been a goal for quite some time, and even was a priority during the Bulgarian presidency of the Council. And here I was very happy to see that there's certain type of continuity and certain type of clear prioritization when it comes to the simple fact that without the Western Balkans, Europe will be never whole and full and complete, on the one hand, and the Western Balkans joining the European Union is the way forward for Europe to have long-lasting security environment, stable security environment, and long-lasting peace. The details around this are very important, and to push forward the agenda, the countries of the Western Balkans to join the European Union is something extremely important. Not only extremely important, but also extremely complicated sometimes. Because I'm pretty sure Minister Bocker can share how difficult it is sometimes to convince everyone that this needs to stay on top of the agenda. For so many reasons, not only in security and defense, but also connectivity, economy, competitiveness, everything that we are trying to push forward. But you managed to not only push this priority forward, but also to make everyone else understand how important it is to speed up the process. And in the end, as final words for this initial intervention, I'd like to just emphasize two more things. First, the efficiency of the Hungarian presidency. Hungary recently has been quite remarkable when it comes to making things happen. Quite often we talk about things in the European Union in different formats, and we're speaking right before the beginning of the session about the fact that we sometimes get together, we say things like enchantments, and we count on the idea that there's an army of minions who afterwards, when we've said it, it's going to materialize somehow. And the EU environment has been living in this kind of formula for quite a while. The Hungarian presidency frankly, makes things happen, and the non-complacency is another thing that I would emphasize here. For quite some time in the European Union, we were complacent with different, maybe ideological, maybe even wishful thinking flows. There was a lot of wishful thinking. We say things, we believe things are going to be okay. You need to be non-complacent, especially when it comes to migration. Since 2015, Hungary, but also Bulgaria, we were speaking about the idea that we need to safeguard the outer borders with common effort, otherwise we will lose or limit our freedoms inside the Schengen zone and the European Union. So these two things are quite important to note. Thank you.
Thank you, Minister Mitov. And after the opening remarks and remarks on the Hungarian EU presidency, I would like to bring up the first topic. I would like to ask you to explain that in details and your view on the topic in details. And that is the gradual integration, because this topic hasn't been mentioned extensively yet. And asking the question whether gradual integration could be a tool for accelerated EU accession for the Western Balkans. So this is nowadays one of the most debated ideas in the enlargement process, the concept of gradual integration, which aims to allow candidate countries to participate in certain EU policies and programs before full-fledged EU membership. Hungary has been a strong advocate for the approach as a way to maintain enlargement momentum, while underlining the fact that it cannot be an alternative for full-fledged EU membership. But I would like to ask first Minister Boka on your assessment on the concept of gradual integration, and how do you see that the concept could contribute to the stability and development of the region, especially when it comes to the economic integration of the Western Balkans to the single market?
I would like to start with a provocative statement in the beginning, that even though I'm of course a great supporter of the idea of gradual integration, but in an ideal world the concept of gradual integration as such would not exist, because there is a process of gradual integration and it's called the accession process. The accession process is in itself a gradual integration process that results in full integration at the end of the accession process, at the time of the accession to the European Union. So obviously the concept of gradual integration had to be developed because there was something inherently wrong with the accession process itself. If the concept of gradual integration provides additional political impetus to the accession process by providing political commitment, political trust, and political ownership to the accession process as such, then the idea of gradual integration is useful in this sense. Also, if gradual integration, because of the prolonged nature of the accession process, again, in an ideal world, this concept wouldn't exist, because the accession process would be credible, would be objective, would be merit-based, would be speedy, and then we wouldn't have to send these kind of political messages that, okay, we still support the process, there is political ownership, there is political commitment. This wouldn't be necessary, because the accession process itself would deliver these. But since we don't have them, we have to think how to make certain benefits of EU membership available to candidate countries in the absence of full membership. If citizens in accession countries can enjoy some of these benefits by participating in programs, networks, receiving additional assistance, then of course this is also something very positive. The Hungarian presidency tried to focus on both aspects, on building mutual political trust and also delivering tangible results to the region, even in the absence of full membership. When it comes to political commitment and political trust, the Hungarian presidency made it a key priority to involve accession countries, also from the Western Balkans, in other political activities. For example, the European Political Committee Summit, where Western Balkans accession countries had a very visible and very important role in the process and also during the meetings. Also, the Hungarian presidency was the first to invite 4 accession countries from the Western Balkans to the General Affairs Council meeting to participate in the rule of law dialogue, which was the first, and also indicated political ownership and political commitment. When it comes to the tangible benefits, we focused on 2 areas. One is the single euro payment area, where the accession process of the Western Balkan countries is ongoing. Here, the presidency can only be a facilitator. But what we did is, with the cooperation of the Hungarian National Bank, we invited the deputy governors of national banks from the region to discuss how we can help their accession to the single euro payment area. And also, when it comes to other important initiatives, the green lanes that fosters connectivity with the region, the Hungarian presidency invited the chief customs officers from the region for the first time to discuss how customs operations could be streamlined in order to reduce waiting times at the border crossing, so to make green lanes an idea that delivers tangible results to the citizens. So yes, gradual integration is something that can have an added value if it reinforces the accession process, and the Hungarian presidency tried to push forward this idea with this in mind.
Thank you, Minister Boka. And now I would ask the other European Union member state here, Bulgaria. Minister Mitov, Bulgaria is an EU member state and, of course, a neighboring country of the Western Balkans region. Of course, plays another important role in the integration process. So I would be curious that how does Bulgaria view the gradual integration concept of the Western Balkans, particularly in terms of enabling the countries to participate in EU policies and programs before full-fledged EU membership? So please.
Well, thank you. Well, here Minister Boka is absolutely right. Gradual integration is just kind of a substitutive form of saying that there's a different process, and it's called accession process. It's another way of pointing out we're going to create a separate term and a notion and a process which is going to be basically the manifestation of the fact that we are trying to integrate the Western Balkans, but we don't know when and how exactly. However, though, it is better to have this rather than basically not give any type of perspective and not have clarity. Not that the gradual integration gives too much clarity, but at least there's an idea what to emphasize and how to push it forward in areas like, for example, cross-border cooperation, security of the borders, fight against organized crime, connectivity. What I mean is infrastructural connectivity, which is extremely important in the Western Balkans. We have spoken in the past, we've had conversations, so many conversations about the fact that the Western Balkans and the Balkans in general are not viewed by investors as one whole market, as something that could be seen as an area which is connected to the extent in which the investors can count on quick connections, quick communication. So we need to develop that. Rule of law, of course, is one of the areas where we've been discussing that needs to be one of the first on the top of the integration agenda of each and every country, because we have the experience from before, and we know how difficult it is to apply the rule of law standards and how difficult those reforms are and how much resistance there could be on the path to achieving certain levels and standards. So all of that is something that we not only we need to continue, but basically help our neighbors and friends from the Western Balkans to go through that path as quickly as possible, and countries who are already members, like Bulgaria and Hungary, we do have a lot of accumulated experience and a lot of hurdles that we went through, and not only that, certain hurdles we managed to jump over, but others we stumbled in, and we can share that unpleasant experience as well. So we are eager to talk to our colleagues and make use of those experiences to the best at the service of our friends and neighbors from the Western Balkans.
Thank you, Minister Mitov. And we've been talking about the Western Balkan countries, but now let's listen to the Western Balkan countries' opinion, actually, on the concept of gradual integration. So, Deputy Prime Minister Ivanovic and Deputy Minister Fino, as Albania and Montenegro being candidate countries, what are the biggest challenges your countries are facing on the path of this concept, on the path of gradual integration, when it comes to if it's really doable, if it's really a doable alternative on the way to the European Union and on the way to the European Union's being a full-fledged EU member, and but that's the first step, being part of the single market, maybe. So my first question is, how do you see whether it can be an alternative or whether it can be an option, and what are the exact challenges when it comes to gradual integration, and in particular the economic integration of your countries to the EU single market? Deputy Prime Minister Ivanovic, please.
Well, I'd just like to repeat what my predecessors said. Until a few years ago, we had the accession process that was basically saying all or nothing. So you work hard, and once you fulfill all the criteria and you become member of the EU, then you are fully there. Until you don't become member of the EU, you are just doing hard work and not getting too many carrots. Then, for the past few years, until the whole geopolitical situation changed 3 years ago, we had a process that was basically purely technical, that looked like a moving target, and it looked like a never-ending process. So you keep doing something and you keep fulfilling certain criteria, but once you fulfill 1 or 2, you get 10 more added, and it seemed like you will never finish the job. Then in the past 3 years, the situation changed, and as we have all stated, the enlargement has become the topic once again. It was very beneficial, I would say, for both the European Union and for the candidate countries, that European Union, Brussels and EU member states realized that if you want to have a stable and secure European continent, then you need to have a unity of the European continent, and the unity of the European continent is best achieved through the membership into the European Union. So if you have parts of the European continent, especially those that are at the heart of the European continent in the Mediterranean, which is the Balkan area, then you cannot really count on your complete safety and security. So this is why it is essential that Western Balkans remains in the focus of all policies of the European Union, especially on enlargement, which is the best policy that EU has ever had. Now going back to your question, compared to all or nothing in the beginning or nothing in the intermediary period, gradual integration is a very good idea and very good concept, and we from Montenegro have supported it from the very beginning, but all the time emphasizing a caveat that also Minister Boka emphasized: it cannot be an alternative to the full membership. So if you are talking about gradual integration as a substitute or an alternative to the full membership, then of course we cannot support it, and then please be clear and say it. But if it means getting used to becoming member of the European Union, if it means that European Union can, through time, get used to having new members, and if new prospective members can get used to what it means to be in the European Union, then gradual integration is very good. So on a political level, for example, if, as Montenegro and Albania as well, are 100% aligned with common foreign and security policy, then we can be at the Foreign Affairs Council. So not just once or twice a year when we are invited with other colleagues from the region, from other candidate countries, but we can be there regularly. Of course, without the right to vote or perhaps to participate in discussions, but we can be at the table, we can see how the discussions work, what is at the table, and of course our colleagues from EU can get used to us being at the table and perhaps taking a word in a couple of years. And I think this is not a big deal to organize. I think it's very easy to organize that us that are 100% aligned with CFSP be at the table at Foreign Affairs Council. Of course, some other countries perhaps are not 100% aligned, but they have some other things where they are advancing. So perhaps they can be integrated in some of the EU bodies that are concerned with these things, not just the foreign and security policy. As we said, many meetings, European political community, and so on. So these are all signs that we are getting there and that we are being invited to the table. On the practical and tangible side, which is, I think, even more important, because it does not give a signal just to politicians what it means to be the member of the European Union, but it gives a signal to the citizens, to the people, what it looks like. Are these very palpable and practical things. So SEPA, Single Euro Payment Area, both of our countries finished the process and we are now becoming part of it. It will be a great contribution to both our enterprises and our citizens, sending money to the European Union or to SEPA countries or receiving money from SEPA countries. So there will be quite a lot of saving on the commissions of banks that were huge in Montenegro. I myself remember if you want to send 50 euros to EU from Montenegro, you need to pay 25 euros of commission. So that's a huge amount of money compared to the amount that you are sending. So we have calculated that for our country, for example, that is not a big country, 600,000 people live in Montenegro. Due to SEPA, there are some calculations that we will save at least 80 million euros. So at least 80 million euros could be sent more, for example, from our diaspora that sends money to their relatives or the enterprises that are doing business. Of course, when you are not paying bank commissions, that means that you are making for businesses much easier to work and to do their business and so on. Then we are also talking about roaming. So when we come to the EU, why would we pay these huge prices for using data or calling from our mobile operators? This is possible because we in the region, we don't have roaming anymore for the past few years. And this has been a huge thing because you can go to Albania, Bosnia, Serbia, Montenegro, not to pay roaming fees. So why don't we do it with the European Union as well? So this is something that the citizens are going to feel and will be very happy about it because they will save quite a lot of money. So these are just a couple of examples of how I would say not huge things can have a huge impact on the people and on the countries that are candidates. Of course, there are more things that we can consider, like the green lines that the minister mentioned. There will be, of course, some challenges on the road while we are approaching to the single market. Competitiveness, preparedness, legislation. So all of this needs to be worked out in order for us to be there. But I think that gradual participation, just to wrap it up, gradual participation is a good preparatory model for both the European Union and the candidate countries. It's, if we work on these practical things, it's very beneficial and tangible for the citizens as well as for the enterprises and companies in candidate countries as well as in the European Union. And it will be a good also sign of, I would say, commitment by the European Union that one day, and I would say rather sooner than later, we will become full-fledged members of the European Union. So I would encourage Hungary and Bulgaria and other friends in the European Union to advocate this kind of approach, but of course not to leave any kind of doubts that this should be some sort of a permanent alternative to the membership, but just a sort of a preparation for it. And in that sense, as I said, we support it and we think it is a good idea. Thank you.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister Ivanovic. And now I'm turning to Deputy Minister Fino with the same question, actually, representing here Albania, your thoughts and assessment on the gradual integration concept.
Well, let me start by saying that, first of all, we support gradual integration. Now, having said that, when it comes to the name of it, be it gradual integration, be it accelerated integration, be it called just the accession process of the integration, that's something that I think we've shown, and we were discussing this just earlier with the minister, is that in the Western Balkans, we're quite practical and flexible. So we don't mind the name as much as the actual practical and concrete results that we gain from it. And most of it was already discussed by the previous speakers, so I don't want to dwell too much on it. So the idea is just, what was already mentioned. Chief customs officers discussing their challenges that they face, or how they will progress on the work that they do, or informal General Affairs Councils meeting on the rule of law, on countering hybrid threats. It's a challenge that we all face, regardless of the borders, regardless of whether you're an EU member state or not, or wherever you are in the world. So I think the most important thing is to focus on the concrete measures and on the work, rather than just the title. If you ask me, of course, we would like to hear accelerated integration, something that shows that, okay, we're doing our bit, but also the EU is keeping up with the work that we're doing as well. So it's a two-way street for sure. You mentioned challenges, and of course, I think a lot of the challenges that we all face together. So challenges when it comes to, the rule of law, combating corruption, enhancing institutional capacity, when it comes to not just alignment with EU policy, but I think the most important thing that we're discussing here, and in concrete terms, is implementing these policies. And I think this goes for all of us. So these are some of the challenges that we're facing, some of the challenges that we're working on in the framework of negotiations and technical negotiations. But I think it goes even beyond that. It's not just the technical negotiations, it's work that we had already been doing a few years before. We had already gotten the green light to accession negotiations. Under the growth plan, there's more focus on connectivity. So these are certainly things that we should keep on working towards. Challenges, but also things that we've actually, even in the last year, or even in just the Hungarian presidency, we've done so much progress on. And I would also like to really commend the Hungarian leadership when it comes to the achievements on keeping enlargement high on the agenda. For Albanians, I think it didn't come as a surprise. I mean, we have centuries ago worked alongside Hungarians in terms of working and safeguarding the European values since the times of Skanderbeg and János Hunyadi. So for us, it did not come as a surprise. But I think it's good, to keep this momentum and to keep this work ongoing. Advancing enlargement, deepening economic convergence. These are certainly things that we continuously need to focus on. So you can see them as challenges, but also as prospects for ongoing work. And I agree that we need to be part of the table of discussions. As I mentioned, I mean, these are things that we all face. And I think even hearing our perspective on certain challenges might be helpful, or might bring a fresh take on some of the discussions that the EU member states have. So absolutely, I think we should do more of these discussions and more on implementing, not just the usual alignment that we already do anyways.
And not just talking about that, so but it's also important. But yeah, making steps actually. Many of our distinguished panelists already mentioned competitiveness and connectivity. Both were high on the EU presidency agenda of Hungary, and both are high on the Hungarian foreign policy agenda. And this is, of course, in strong connection with the Schengen area enlargement. And we couldn't speak so much about that so far. But now let's remember this milestone as well. And now I'm turning to Minister Mitov with this topic that with Bulgaria's Schengen accession, what kind of new opportunities do you see for enhancing this cross-border connectivity, developing the cross-border connectivity, especially in the Southeast European region, but of course, when it comes to Bulgaria, connecting the European continent as a whole, of course. And how do you see that? How could improve transport and trade links foster maybe regional competitiveness for this region, especially since we are talking about and supporting the Western Balkans integration and economic integration in the first step, maybe. So, Minister Mitov.
Well, thank you. We've been waiting for this moment, and by we I mean Bulgaria for sure, and I believe our Romanian colleagues as well, for quite some time, and we've been emphasizing the concept, which I will repeat again, because since 2015 we were kind of trying to conduct this message and shape this philosophy that when it comes to the European Union and especially to Schengen, the most important thing is the common safeguard of the outer borders, the common safeguard of the borders that are basically most vulnerable, especially in a very shaky geopolitical situation, which can create illegal migrant inflows very, very quickly. And we've been witnessing that. So right now, our priority is to make sure that the Bulgarian-Turkish border, in particular, is well guarded, together with the coordination and good neighborly relations of our friends from Turkey. That type of cooperation should not be underestimated. Underestimated and disregarded. Turkey is our friend and neighbor, and we need to be very, very clear on the fact that they can not only be instrumental in safeguarding our external border in good coordination, but also be instrumental when it comes to the policy of returns that we are talking about right now. Those are the elements that we need to focus on and make sure that we start from there. And then, of course, when it comes to our friends and neighbors from the Western Balkans, the enlargement of the Schengen space creates already instruments and mechanisms for deepened cooperation in terms of how to manage our common borders, how to gradually, speaking of gradual integration, how to gradually enhance the border cooperation so that we improve the trade relations and don't put too much obstacles in front of the business, but at the same time make sure that illicit interest or criminal interest of organized crime groups is being detected and stopped at the very beginning. Here, I'd like to emphasize one point which I was trying to convey as a message to each and every of my colleagues in the European Union. We need to be very careful about those groups who are circumventing the sanctions right now. We have the experience from former Yugoslavia, when there was the embargo, the sanctions, and so on, and those groups who managed to organize contraband and to organize smuggling, at a certain point accumulated huge resources and became a immense problem, not only for Bulgaria, but on a regional scale. Now, this scale is much larger, and the groups who are circumventing sanctions right now, they will have much different dimensions, much bigger dimensions. And here in this area, we have a large room for cooperation.
Thank you, Minister Mitov. With a really similar question, I would ask Minister Boka that finalizing the Schengen area and having said that migration management, let's say, has been a key priority of the Hungarian EU presidency and, of course, the Hungarian foreign policy. So how do you see that the link between effective migration control and the cooperation with the Western Balkan countries and with the Southeast European region right now, as it's been a huge success as a Schengen area enlargement? Could this bring closer the countries and be a catalyst for faster EU accession for the Western Balkans and a new cooperation platform for the region to look forward in the future?
I would like to start by saying that one of the reasons why Hungary and the Hungarian presidency managed to create political consensus behind the enlargement of the Schengen area is that Hungary has built and maintained a reputation that it is very tough on illegal migration and is committed to protecting the external borders of the European Union. And I think this was key. Also, Hungary was instrumental in regional cooperation on border protection and stemming illegal migration and fighting organized crime, human trafficking. There is one strand of cooperation like this between Austria, Hungary, Serbia, and North Macedonia, and with the involvement of Slovakia as well. And also there is another strand of cooperation between Austria, Hungary, Romania, and Bulgaria. And the practical experience in this cooperation was key and instrumental in building the political trust with those member states who had political reservation as to the enlargement of the Schengen area. So I think that what Hungary has been doing in the past decade on border protection and fighting illegal migration made it possible to have this political consensus behind the enlargement of the Schengen area. And I think very few member states would have been able to pull this off. But this works the other way around. If there is no mutual trust and there is no effective protection of the external borders of the European Union, then this will, at the end of the day, result in the disintegration of the Schengen area. And this is what we are presently seeing. For those member states who have temporarily reinstated the Schengen internal border checks, they always cite either illegal migration or security and national security and public security concerns related to illegal migration, which means that if we don't manage to protect our external borders and stem illegal migration, then the future of the Schengen area looks very bleak. One of the initiatives of the Hungarian presidency was to put this issue on the highest political level, to convene what we call a Schengen Council with the participation of heads of state and governments to see whether there is still political will and commitment behind the maintenance of the Schengen area as such. Hopefully this Schengen summit will happen sooner than later. And also, when it comes to the Western Balkans, I think they have been instrumental in fighting illegal migration, and they proved that they can be of tangible assistance. They have a real added value when it comes to moving things forward. Also in finding innovative solutions. And I commend the efforts of Albania, together with Italy, to look for innovative solutions. And I see now that looking for innovative solutions has become mainstream. And if I look at the proposal coming from the Commission on the amendment of the Return Directive, we see now the possibility of establishing return hubs, for example, for these very purposes, which is one of a key component of the Hungarian package of proposals of innovative solutions. But now, of course, these initiatives must be implemented, and actual measures will have to follow.
Thank you, Minister Boka. As we are really short on time, I would like to bring up the last topic and turning to our candidate countries' guests, sorry to say that. And as a concluding remark of yours, I would like to ask you that what concrete steps would you like to see from the upcoming EU presidencies? Now you talked about the Polish one in a few words in your opening remarks, to sustain the momentum of the Western Balkans integration, especially given Europe's current geopolitical challenges. So first, Deputy Minister Fino, please.
Yeah, very briefly, to sustain the momentum, of course, that was already said from the Hungarian presidency. We also, like Montenegro, we also have a very ambitious plan. Well, I mean, it's said ambitious, but for us, it's like our daily work. It's to open all clusters within 2025, so within this year, Polish presidency. Obviously, it had to continue to the Danish presidency as well, and to close the technical negotiations by 2027. So in that framework, there is a working plan for that. More and deeper political engagement. So basically, again, continuity from the Hungarian presidency. And also in that regard, I would like to mention that also in Tirana, for the first time in May, we will hold the EPC. Again, continuing from the Hungarian EPC just at the end of last year. And increased financial assistance, but also keeping a merit-based process, because sometimes it seems like when we're talking about gradual integration or accelerated or whatever it is, we want it to be just a quick process, but not merit-based. No, for Albania, at least it's been always set as a goal that yes, we do believe in the merit-based process, in the technical work, but also we would like to see also the political engagement from the EU side as well as because our political will, I think it's very clear to see.
Thank you, Deputy Minister Fino, and Deputy Prime Minister Ivanovic, reflecting on Europe's current geopolitical challenges. What are your expectations from the upcoming EU presidencies?
Well, I could just, copy-paste what my colleague said. So, not to repeat myself, I support everything that my colleague said, including the maintaining the momentum, keeping the process being merit-based, giving more financial and technical and other assistance to us. But so supporting all of that, I would also say that important it is now that we emphasize, and I know that our Hungarian friends will do it, but I request from them additionally to do it, to advocate within the European Union now not to shift focus. Because we see, of course, different statements, actions, and so on that are happening in the past few months. They are, of course, related in the relationship between the European Union and the United States of America. So some things have changed across the ocean. We need to realize that some things have changed, and we need to adapt to this new situation. But it doesn't mean that we need, saying also European Union, need to lose focus from things that are essential. Of course, the whole geopolitical situation, establishing peace and so on, this is crucial. This should be number one. But all of this is very much connected to the very story of enlargement. So if you have started the story of enlargement because it is your best policy that you ever had, and if you have reinvigorated this policy due to geopolitical circumstances, then you must not lose focus from the enlargement. If you do it, if we are in a situation to repeat what happened in 2017 or 18 when somebody said no enlargement until 2025, forget about it. So it will never happen. And we will realize it will never happen. The European Union will lose credibility, it will lose influence in candidate countries, and candidate countries will not be motivated to do any work on the reforms. So now is the time. Let's have multiple focuses on different issues that we have on the geopolitical scene, but do not forget and do not lose from your sight the enlargement as the perhaps most important long-term policy of the European Union. If European Union does not occupy all these candidate countries that wish to become member of the EU, then the very role of the European Union as a geopolitical actor is under question.
Thank you, Deputy Prime Minister Ivanovic. I'm afraid that now we need to conclude our excellent panel. So I want to thank you, our distinguished panelists, Minister Boka, Minister Mitov, Deputy Minister Fino, and Deputy Prime Minister Ivanovic, for sharing your insights and perspectives on the Hungarian EU presidency. Thank you for the audience as well for being here. And I wish let's continue working together to ensure a stronger and more united Europe and the enlargement of the Western Balkans. So thank you very much.
Ma'am, please remain your seats until the ministers arrive. Please, Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I would kindly ask you to take your seats and remain seated until the ministers arrive.
Vigyázz, van még egy szép. Engedd le és toljuk le.
and remain seated until the ministers arrive. And please do not be afraid to come closer to fill up empty spots in the front rows.
Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. Welcome to the 9th edition, once again, of the Budapest Balkans Forum. And it's a great pleasure for me, because when we started doing this 9 years ago, there were like 40 of us in a much, much smaller room. And thanks to the support of Minister Szijjártó on my left, this grown to be what you see today, one of the flagship events of the Hungarian Institute of International Affairs, and also one of the leading conferences on the Western Balkans in Europe these days. So thank you very much for the support, and thank you for all for the interest or for coming here. I don't think our panelists need further introduction. They have been very recent to the events in the last couple of years as well. It's great to have you both back on the stage with me today. And just not to waste time, I would jump into the middle of discussion, if you wouldn't mind. And first, I think the most important question and the elephant in the room is EU enlargement. And what we see right now is that there's a certain amount of momentum behind the idea of enlargement, which hasn't been there for basically 22 years since the Thessaloniki summit in 2003, when membership was promised to the countries of the Western Balkans. And maybe a little bit later, fast forward more than 20 years, the EU might deliver on the promise. However, of course, it's not always that easy, and the devil is in the details. And first, I would like to get a general overview of yours, that how the enlargement might look like, and whether we can utilize this momentum in order to finally include the Western Balkan countries in the European Union. And if you wouldn't mind, I will start with Minister Szijjártó, at the right of the host today.
Jó napot kívánok, good morning to my dear friend, my dear friends, to include me also into this prestigious event. It's great to share the stage with Tanya. You know that Hungary and Serbia are strategic partners, friends and allies to each other. And whenever we can address an issue together, makes always fun. Even if the story what we are speaking about is a sad one. It's a sad one because enlargement is now very similar to the wife of Columbo, of the movie. We speak about it always, but we don't see that. And unfortunately, it has been a long time since last time we were able to invite and welcome a new member of the European Union. Although all of us see, even if some of us are not ready to admit, that the European Union is now in a terrible shape. When it comes to economy, our competitiveness has shrinked a lot in the recent years. When it comes to security, there's a war going on for the last 3 years on the continent. When it comes to the general status of the integration, it's obvious that we are in a much worse shape than we used to be before. So, it's obvious that we need some freshness, some new energy, something which can put us in a better shape than we are currently. And if we raise the question from where this new energy, this freshness, this new impetus can come from, then I don't see any other solution than the Western Balkans. And here we have to put into consideration that the countries from the Western Balkans have been waiting for an average of 14.5 years now for membership. Average of 14.5 years. And here comes that famous elephant in the room. When you listen to representatives of fellow member states speaking before an audience, they always speak positively about enlargement. They always speak in favor of enlargement. They always speak about enlargement as if it was their priority. But when the 27 of us remain only 27 behind closed doors, we who are in favor, really, of enlargement, we are in minority. And you have to know that. Majority of the EU member states, when it comes to the substance, when it comes to the real issue, when it's beyond communication and propaganda, they are against enlargement. Some of them speak about that openly behind closed doors, because braveness is one thing, closed doors is another one. So behind closed doors, they speak about openly. Other part, they don't speak about it openly, but you know, they come forward with concerns. Very famous word. We have concerns, we have doubts. Some of them come forward with additional preconditions. In a shameless way, some of them. Serbia has been proposed by the European Commission to open cluster-free for 4 years now, right? Cluster-free for 4 years. And you know, some of the member states said, okay, they are ready, but there are some additional preconditions which have nothing to do with issues of cluster-free. And this is so unfair, this is so hypocritical, and this is something what we have to speak openly about. Because we can have dreams of enlargement, but as long as the majority of the member states behind closed doors are against enlargement, we should not humiliate countries of the Western Balkans. Because keeping them misled is a humiliation. And this is what has been going on. And here I want to put another famous elephant on the table. It's impossible. It's impossible that Ukraine joins European Union earlier than the Western Balkan member states. Impossible. And not because what we think about Ukraine or the Western Balkan countries separately or together, but because the European politicians use the expression merit-based process like 1,000 times during one debate about enlargement, merit-based process. But if we think seriously it's a merit-based process, then it must be merit-based for everybody. And seriously, if you look at the current state of, or situation of Ukraine, and you compare it to the situation of Serbia or any other Western Balkan country, do we think seriously that Ukraine is in a better shape than the Western Balkan countries? Do we think seriously that Ukraine can meet the criteria of joining European Union earlier than the Western Balkan countries? Come on, don't be ridiculous. And speak openly. Do we think merit means being at war? Because if we think that the merit-based process is about whether to be at war or not, then speak about it openly. And don't use fake expressions. So I think that this is the major elephant, that there's no clear words. No clear words, no honesty, no straightforward speech. Just like every debate in the European Union. So it would be time for all the 27 to speak openly in this matter. Sometimes I can help them because, you see, I reveal what they do, but it would be much nicer and much braver, much more macho, if they did it on their own. So, but what I can ensure you about is that Hungary will remain a steadfast supporter of integration, steadfast supporter of Serbia to become a member of the European Union when I speak before audience, when I speak behind closed doors as well. And unfortunately, I am among the rare ones.
Well, now you see why it's so easy to moderate Minister Szijjártó, because he's one of the most outspoken and honest people when it comes to the cadre of foreign ministers all around. Well, thank you very much. We're off to a very intense start of the conversation, if I can say, and I'm turning to you, Minister Miščević. And allow me to be blunt, because that seems to be the tone of the conversation, but you need that bluntness you need to be honest, especially among friends. Do you still believe the European Union, when we talk about enlargement, when we talk about the merit-based process, when we talk about no double standards and all these strategic communication things that have been dominating the discourse in the last 3 years?
First to answer, because I love to be blunt. People that knows me, that they know that I am not a diplomat or politician, I'm a university professor. So I have to, some people also experience that I am a university professor here. So I have to believe that there is still clarity in balancing in the integration process or enlargement of the European Union. Because for my country, of course, the European integration remains the main strategic goal. We are here to stay. As we discussed this morning, we are now, after Romania, Bulgaria entered the Schengen area, internal, external border of the European Union. So that means that us from the Western Balkans are intrinsically exchanged or connected with the Europe. Not only that, the very fact that we started back in 2000, some even North Macedonia, Macedonia in 1999, with the integration process, with signing and preparing the first association agreement. That means that we, up to now, align our law, but also practice with the European standards. So there is no way that we could think of some other ideal. But are we satisfied? We are not satisfied. Let me give you my personal story. When I started researching for my MA studies, which was last century, the first topic as a researcher of international organizations was, let's research the new organization with the supranational authority, being a European Union. But my European Union and my research on European Union was actually on your development, on your and other for the Big Bang, in terms of how do you perceive and how do you work on building the narrative, European narrative in that respect. And I'm still researching after so many years, because now the situation with the enlargement policy is completely different than it was for the last enlargement. It's even completely different than for Croatia. That's something that even our colleagues from Croatia recognize. Why it's so different? So, example of Serbia. We start negotiating, but many others, and I'm sorry that I did not say hi to my dear friends and colleagues and fighters for the enlargement process in the region, from Albania, from Montenegro and others that I did not, Austria, that I did not notice, but they will remember. When we start negotiating, there was a methodology applied for the Central Eastern European countries, mainly Croatia. But then when Montenegro has started negotiating, the new methodology has been introduced. That means second one. That methodology, rule of law front-loaded, was also methodology that was applied for us. And then the third methodology has been introduced in 2021 with the more fundamentals front-loaded, but also more political, and should I add, more bilateral into the negotiation process to solve the bilateral issues way before the very membership. So 3 times during our negotiation process, the rules has been changed. Merit-based states. But how to assess the merit base? For us, for instance, of course, as for all others, the rule of law is the main element. And rule of law will be assessed during the whole process, even after membership, as we know. Well, let me give you an example. Since last year, four countries from the Western Balkans has been included in the rule of law mechanism. Well, what we saw in that rule of law mechanism report for the first time for the region, Maggie was also aware of this, that we are fighting with the same problems and issues that all others in the already members of the European Union is facing. Pluralism of media, attacks on journalists, governance issues. It's not only the problem of Serbia, it's the problem that Malta is facing, for instance, according to the report. Is that an excuse? No, quite contrary. It's not an excuse, but I want to share with you a different angle of seeing us. that after more than 25 years now, we start to resemble the average EU member state. If that's not the merit-based approach, I don't know what it will be. But I'm afraid that enlargement fatigue is still alive and kicking. And and I don't know how to move the enlargement fatigue, how to help to Peter and other member states that are willing to help us, Hungary and other member states, to help us with the enlargement, to show that we are bringing to the European Union much more as a member than being an outsider.
Thank you very much for mentioning how the goalposts have been changing all the time. So once you fulfill the conditions, there are new conditions coming in. And it's frighteningly reassuring to see that, because we experience it from the inside when we're dealing with the European Commission. And one of these moving goalposts might be the idea of gradual integration, which seems something like a substitute for membership itself, even though in the previous panel it turned out that the opinions differ a little bit on that. And what you mentioned, how the countries are gradually changing in a way that resemble the European Union, is a good idea. But how we can make sure that gradual integration will not replace full membership? And I will come back to Minister Szijjártó on that, because he has been part of these conversations in different EU formats in the last couple of months. How we can make sure that at the end, all of our friends from the Western Balkans actually end up in the European Union?
That's the million-dollar question, I guess, because we definitely do see efforts on behalf of the bureaucracy in Brussels and on behalf of the member states, some of the member states, to come forward with categories, with fantasies, which can be sold in communication as an achievement, but in the reality, that's nothing. So I think gradual integration and all these kind of wizard words are just to cover that integration or enlargement is not wanted. And again, this is the lack of honesty and lack of straightforward speech. Let me give you one idea here, coming back to the integration process of Serbia. Serbia is about to open Cluster 3, which is inclusive growth and competitiveness, okay? A bureaucrat from the External Action Service comes to Belgrade, not elected by anyone for anything, and says to the government in Belgrade that they are still lacking reforms, we don't see it satisfactory, and you have to make reforms according to ODIHR, you have to align with the CFSP when it comes to sanctions on Russia, you have to make reforms on whatever. My question is, what the hell these issues are to be done with Cluster 3? How it comes to inclusive growth and how it comes to economic development, whether ODIHR observations are being met or not by the Serbian government. How it comes whether they apply sanctions on Russia or not when it comes to Cluster 3, which is about inclusive growth and competitiveness. Whoever visits Belgrade twice, with a difference of 2 weeks, I propose that. Then you will understand what inclusive growth and economic development will mean, because you see it with your own eyes. And sometimes it's better to see something with your own eyes than reading just politically biased reports. Here the real problem is the following. If you are carrying out a political strategy, aim of which is to put your national interest first, if you carry out a political strategy which can be described patriotic, if you are not ready to repeat 5 times per minute that Ukraine must win, Russia must lose, you will not be supported by the Brussels bureaucracy. And you will not be supported by some of the member states. It's so obvious. You know, we can put it mildly, we can put it nicely, but this is the reality. The most outcry I hear when we come together 27, that the colleagues are complaining about the growing influence of Russia, Turkey, Qatar, Saudi Arabia, Mars, Moon, Saturnus, I don't know what, in the Western Balkans. But my question is, why it's not our influence which is growing? Serbia does want to join the European Union. North Macedonia does want to join the European Union. Albania does so. Montenegro does so. Bosnia-Herzegovina does so. My question is why we don't allow them to do so. Why are we surprised that influence of others is increasing if we leave a vacuum? Why are we surprised if we don't show respect to a region, that some people in the region start to think whether it makes sense for them to follow the same path or should look for something else? Why are we surprised and why do we feel insulted? It would be so easy. It would be so easy. Opening clusters, accelerating negotiations, looking at the areas where we can cooperate. We cannot expect a country like Serbia, with its geography, with its specificities, with its history, to align with the common foreign and security policy 100% before being sure about joining the European Union. Simply, it's impossible. We must not expect impossible things. Because in that region, with that history, with that specificities, is impossible. We understand that things might look more bright, more nice, more funny from thousands of kilometers away from this region. But history has determined our house number. And we cannot change it, we don't even want to change it, and we are living here, in this reality. And reality and geography must be respected. And if we are not ready to respect reality and geography, then we end up where the current state of play of European Union is.
I think it's safe to assume that if the European Commission would be really geopolitical, then it would include the Western Balkans countries overnight, maybe even tonight. But that's clearly not being the case. Same question to you, Mr. Miščević, how we can make sure that gradual integration doesn't replace actual integration?
Well, we still don't have any firm assurance that a gradual integration will not replace the enlargement process. I'm looking at Ardian Hatkai from Albania. He's annually discussed this issue with all of us, and we still have no confirmation that in the case of a lack of further momentum for enlargement, gradual integration will not be the strategy for us from the Western Balkans. How we then accepted the gradual integration? With open hands. I have to say that. First, that was announced in the new methodology back in 2022 as phasing in. And now we are quarreling about the name. Is it gradual or accelerated integration? Which basically mean that, at least this is my interpretation, that the European Union acknowledged that we reached the level which is almost there for joining us into EU-led policies, especially policies which consist of which the single market consists. So they gave us the opportunity to join, for instance, energy policy of the European Union, environmental policy. Can you imagine energy policy and environmental policy, even migration policy without the Western Balkans? We are there, we cannot change our home number, as Peter said, and that is what we could bring to the European Union. It's not only the enlargement, but the completion of the European project as such, especially in terms of the economic development. But still now, and now I am looking at Mr. Trocas there, we still don't have the firm confirmation from the member states. What does it mean? So how member states will accept Western Balkans to join the policies which are usually policies only open for the member states. There is no law, primary law of the European Union does not envisage something like this, so something else has to be discussed. And that is why we are always, if I may say, preaching from the region. The reform of the European Union should encompass enlargement policy as the policy of reform, and not to wait EU to reform and then to discuss about the Western Balkans as such. Or to try to help, as we are trying to help, to pool some of the most important areas for socio-economic development, like we did in our reform agendas, to follow very closely by member states, not only because of money, but because it gives us the more opportunity. We discussed the single European payment area. Basically, that means that the money exchange that is coming also from the region of the Western Balkans, and when money is coming or entering the European Union, the transactions we now have to pay 20% more than you have to pay. 20% more on remuneration coming from Europe into Western Balkan. The whole amount of money is 2 billion euro. 500 million is going for additional charges of the banking exchange. 500 million is the completion of the Corridor 10. Corridor 10 is our connection with the trade and with the European Union. So calculate like this. This is the also potential and the possibility. So not you to give us money, but we to save money in order to invest in so many other activities. But if I may, I would add one thing. For Serbia, one of the most difficult issues and the negative comments is the CFSP alignment. I would like to use the opportunity to explain what I am always trying to explain. CFSP alignment is not only the percentage. I don't know how many of you know, by the way, percentage that should reach 100% at the moment when we become member of the European Union. But I don't know how many of you here knows that Serbia is the only Western Balkan country with the operational agreement with the European Defense Agency. That means that we are candidate for working together with the member states on the defense industry development. I don't know how many of you knows that Serbia is the best partner in terms of the CSDP. That means that we are participating in each and every of the CSDP mission, 2 battle group participation. If that's not sharing the values of security of Europe, or argument at least to say that. When we introduced, and that was 2010-11, when we introduced for the first time our military into a French boat fighting against pirates in Somalia, Indian Ocean, even my parents asked me, "Are you crazy? Why are you sending 2 of our military to Somalia?" And I try to explain them, and they pick up very clearly. Because if the trade routes are in jeopardy, it's also a problem for us. That is how we see the issue. But, and let me also state this, as that was the national interest of Serbia, also now trying to align as much as it possible is the national interest of Serbia.
Once again, the problem being, instead of talking the talk, you just walk the walk, and that's not enough. as we see it clearly. Minister Szijjártó, you talked about competitiveness in your initial remarks, and this has been another elephant in the room when we're discussing internal EU policies, whether it's about the failed sanctions against Russia, whether it's about self-defeating environmental policies, whether it's about raising tariffs, whether it's about over-regulation, you name it. How we can make sure that this changes with the help of the Western Balkan countries, how they could bring a new impetus to the already existing discussion that we're having within the single market.
I think there's a very smart approach which says that the more we are, the stronger we are. And I think when it comes to hopeful newcomers from the Western Balkans, this sentence is pretty true. With the Western Balkan member states, we would not only increase the number of the member states, but we would definitely become stronger. And we need it very badly. I mean, look at what is happening. If you consider US, China, and still the European Union as the major competitors of global economy, then the gap when it comes to the share of GDP between the US and the European Union is increasing. And they are first, so it's not that we are increasing the advantage. So the gap is increasing. And China has taken over the second place from us when it comes to share to global GDP. And this is the reality. These are facts. These are not political statements. These are facts. And you know, if we take ourselves seriously, then we have to look at why it happens. How is that possible? And if I come back to the COVID times, I remember when President Biden has introduced the IRA. You remember that the Inflation Reduction Act, which was about inflation reduction by name, but by action it was about how to give shameless positive discrimination to US companies against the European companies. At that time, we initiated that the European Commission should stand up actively. So we appreciate the European Commission being active on Article 7 and rule of law and all these kind of issues. But what if European Commission could be active on something which is useful for Europe? And we told them we should make mirror measures. We should give positive discrimination to the European companies. We have given a proposal. Currently, you know, I'm responsible for the investment attraction. When it comes to companies willing to invest somewhere in the world, among them like an EU member state like Hungary. And when I give an offer to them for cash incentive, above 37.5 million euros, I need the approval of the European Commission to spend the money from our own national budget. And these procedures usually take around a year, but in some cases 2 years. Now imagine that competitive approach. That I tell the investor, when I compete with US, with Mexico, with Malaysia for an investment, look, I'm giving you this amount of money, and within a year, I'm going to be able to tell you whether I can give this to you or not. Okay? We told them, let's let member states, you know, deal with these issues on their own, or let's give a limit of 1 month, 2 months for such kind of procedures, and then we would be competitive. This did not happen. And now what's the case now? President Trump has won in the United States. We know it since November, right? He carries out a very patriotic economic policy. This we have known since 2016 when he first took office, right? Relatively long period of time. He would do the same now. We knew it since the start of the US election campaign. He might use tariffs verifying this approach. We knew it for long months again, right? And then now we are surprised. My question is, how it is possible that there was no proactive move by the European Commission to create a platform at least to negotiate? Just waiting from the trenches when they start, you know, to shoot, it's not the right behavior. I've made a proposal there, again. Do you know that what is the tariff currently applied by the European Union on automotive imports from US? Is 10%. That's what we apply, Europeans. Automotive imports from US, 10%. You know the level of tariff the US applies on European automotive import now? 2.5%. So after reaching out to the European representatives of European automotive industry, I made a proposal to the European Commission to decrease the tariff we apply towards the United States to 2.5%, exactly the same level. And then the argument saying that Europe is applying higher tariffs on US would immediately disappear on the major industry, on the backbone of the two continental industries. Did it happen? No. Why? Because the European politicians are not brave enough to come forward with such proposals towards President Trump. And why not? Very human reason. Because for the last 8 years, they created a sport art here in Europe. Who says more nasty things on President Trump to satisfy liberal media? You remember that? Who says more nasty things on President Trump for 8 years? 4 years in office, 4 years not in office. And bad news, it's not only them who remember that, but President Trump remembers that as well. Very human reason, but we understand. But this is very disadvantageous for Europe. If we had come forward with a proposal, that would have been a totally different situation than currently. On the sanctions. Sanctions have been applied for 3 years now. I was there at the first meeting when we discussed the sanctions. I raised the question, what's the reason for the sanctions? Because if you understand the reason, you might be able to have a reasonable debate about the tools, right? The answer was twofold. With the sanctions, we push Russia on its knees economically. Second, with the sanctions, we make the war coming to peace. That was 3 years ago. Is Russia on its knees when it comes to its economy? Are we closer to peace because of the sanctions? Hopefully we are closer to peace, but not because of the sanctions. And what happened? What happened? The countries which approached this issue in a totally honest way were judged and were criticized and were lectured that we are bad Europeans because we are not ready to apply sanctions on Russia when it comes to gas and oil. True. But first of all, geography matters. And maybe it's bad news, but from a place where you don't have pipeline, you cannot buy neither gas, neither oil. I hope all politicians will understand that at some point of a time. And as a landlocked country, we interconnect ourselves with 6 of the 7 neighbors. But if the neighbors and the neighbors of the neighbors don't make their investment, then what the hell we can do? If a neighboring country of ours increases the transit fee of oil pipeline 5 times the European benchmarks after the war has started, what we can do? So, European countries are proud of not buying any more oil from Russia. Cool. Who can explain? Who can explain me the fact that Russia's oil export to India increased 11 times and Europe's oil import from India increased I don't know how many times? Coincidence, of course. Western European countries became proud that they don't buy pipeline gas from Russia. True, cool. What a brave move. But import of Russian LNG into the Western countries hit records last year. The fanatics in the European Union wanted to put sanctions on the Russian nuclear industry, while Russia became the #1 uranium supplier of the United States last year. And you know, and then we entertain ourselves in Europe with ideologies that Ukraine must win, Russia must lose, and we have to put Russians in, and we have to introduce sanctions. Fine, but look at the status of the European economy currently. Look at what these measures have cost to us. And it would be high time to revert the tide and make something which would help the European economy. For example, including the Western Balkan countries, which are having good growth rates, which are having the ambition, which are ready to work together, which are having rare earth, which are ready to work together with us on the rare earth. And we are not doing it because of ideological approach. And this ideological approach is killing the European economy. So it's high time to change the course. High time to invite the Western Balkan countries to join. Let's make European Union bigger, and that will make European Union stronger as well.
Minister Miščević, a very interesting initiative came around recently, the common regional market. And obviously Serbia is the biggest economy in the Western Balkans, so it couldn't work without you. Are you just tired of waiting for the single market accession, or is this something that you're trying to do in order to get closer to the single market, so you would have all the regulations and methods in place at the moment when you will hopefully very soon become a member of the European Union?
Thank you very much for this question, because usually we neglect to speak about the idea of the common regional market and the importance of that idea. I will remind you of the idea of connectivity, which started back in 2014. That idea was, I don't know what is the expression, when you put the cherry on top of the cake. So it was coronized, or whatever is the expression in English language, with the common regional market idea back in 2020. And now we have, last December, adopted the Common Regional Market Action Plan 2.0. What is the idea behind it? It's not to create the common regional market for us only, to shut down. Quite contrary, but nobody reads the small letters. The common regional market as a stepping stone towards our inclusion into European Union market. So basically what we did is what we saw as the steps that has to be taken in order to speed up some of the politics or some of the cooperation or even integration among ourselves. Some of those came as the very, I would say, wise deliberation from the Western Balkans, like digital. Let me remind you that we can use our phones in the region without any charges, which we cannot do with the European Union because there is no agreement to roaming as at home that I can use whenever I'm traveling around the region, but still no understanding of the companies here with the European Union. So I have to switch off data exchange because my bill will be sky high. Or energy or environmental, we have our own green agenda, which is parallel to the Green Deal when it was accepted in the European Union. But some initiatives, maybe the most known is the Green Lane initiative, which was basically a result out of the coronavirus after the pandemic time, when we realized that we are in the same situation and that we have to help each other with removing the obstacles on our borders in order to ship the most important goods, especially medicine, during the COVID time. And that was a very successful story. And we continue with the idea after COVID. And that is why we are talking about green lanes with the EU, to have the same type of exchange and fast entering into Schengen like we have in our region. Still with the hiccups because we are missing infrastructure, and that is what we are working with the European Commission, each and every of us, I mean, from the region, to build the infrastructure of the border crossings. But with the Schengen countries, we have our bilateral MOU with Hungary, but still we have to enlarge it with all other countries, and the response is actually the Schengen system. Why not thinking of accepting us at least, or give us a little bit more Schengen than we have right now in order to speed up the entrance. What we did additionally is mutual recognition of qualification, mutual recognition of diplomas for 4+3, if I'm not wrong, occupations, but also traveling with the ID. So when I'm traveling to Montenegro, I don't need my passport. I am traveling Bosnia and Herzegovina, Albania. I don't need a passport. My ID has been recognized, and vice versa. which is extremely important element for unleashing the potentials for the region to cooperate and to exchange among ourselves. The ideas now are restated in the Common Regional Market 2.0, which follow very closely the first pillar of the growth plan, accelerated, or I prefer accelerated than gradual integration, because gradual for me means in stages, which I don't like, because there are no stages to the membership. Either you are becoming member or not, but to accelerate your work with the European Union is something that we would like to do. And I would remind you that Serbia, because there was in a huge interest of Serbia, started together with Albania and North Macedonia, the Open Balkan as the initiative, during the time when we had a small pause in the process of regional cooperation in integration due to the bilateral issues. Of course, we are not fleeing to explain the reason. And that was something like to keep the torch of the regional integration during that time, yet still never into fight with the Berlin process, with the idea of common regional market. I mean, look where we started. Back in 1999, that was the condition for all of us to discuss with the European Union. Now we are fighting with the different initiatives. I would say that's a very good development. And more important, business community, young people see more preferably regional integration than European integration. And that is a question. Why, and is it good? Or how to utilize something like this?
Minister Szijjártó, you briefly touched upon the issue of connectivity, especially in the field of energy, in your previous intervention. And here we have very specific challenges, because we need to get the Western Balkans much closer, both physically and in time, to Hungary. And in order to achieve that, we need road, rails, airlines, whatever, to get us connected. But at the same time, we also have the threat of illegal immigration into the European Union. My first question is that how you can balance the two, how you can keep the border the most open for businesses, for people who are pursuing their legitimate ways of life, and how you shut the border in order to minimize the risk of terrorism and other threats to Europe and our country. And the second is that what kind of impact this kind of connectivity has on the competitiveness on the Hungarian economy. What do Hungarian businesses can make out of this?
When it comes to the border, it's very simple. Those who come with respecting the rules and regulations are always welcome. Those who violate our border have nothing to do with us. More border crossing points and more fence. That's the solution. More border crossing points for those who want to come in by respecting our regulations, and very, very strict policy on those who want to violate our border. Because here I want to make a very clear distinction when it comes to international law. So I think judgment of migration is easy if you put international law into consideration. International law says that if someone is forced to leave his or her home because of war or any other violent activities, then he or she is entitled to stay on the territory of the first safe country. And international law doesn't speak about second, third, or fifth, or 10th safe country. It speaks about first safe country. So by definition, since there's no war in Serbia, thanks God, since Serbia is a safe country, it's obvious that whoever wants to violate the border between Serbia and Hungary must not be a refugee. Because no one's life is in danger in Serbia. No one's. So violating a border between two safe countries has nothing to do with human rights. This is a violation of the border violation of the sovereignty, violation of the regulations, and it has to be dealt with that accordingly. So strict border protection is something that we will never give up. Whether it's 1 million euros a day or I don't know how many euros a day, there are things where you don't make a compromise. And security of the country, of the nation, of the people is something where you don't make the compromise. And it's outrageous, it's a scandal, that while there's an obligation to protect the external border of the European Union, we are being fined for that by 1 million euros every day. Crazy. When it comes to connectivity, you know, now there's a situation which shows how deeply we are engaged with each other. Energy security is one of the most strategic issues of a nation. And when it comes to energy security, there is no Hungarian energy security without Serbia, and no Serbian energy security without Hungary. I remember when we built the pipeline, which is called sometimes Turkish Stream, sometimes Bulgarian Stream, sometimes Balkan Stream, so whatever stream, you know what I'm speaking about. I remember when we built that pipeline, way before the war in Ukraine. We were threatened by sanctions, we were reached out by friends and allies not to do that. While we are under pressure to diversify, we were under pressure not to build this pipeline. Now my question is, what would have happened if we had not built this pipeline, putting into consideration the developments of the last years and the last months? The reason why the cut of the transit of gas through Ukraine does not have an impact currently on us is this pipeline. And if Serbia was not a reliable transit partner, then we would not be able to supply the country. And not because we would not want to, but because of physical and geographical reality. And when Serbia was in trouble, we have stored gas for Serbia, and then we have stored it out for Serbia. We are now building another grid connection between the two countries to double the capacity of the exchange of electricity between the two countries. And we are building now a new oil pipeline. An oil pipeline which will lead from Hungary to Serbia to make the routes of delivery of oil in the region safer. As we understood that not all the countries in the region behave in a reliable and fair manner towards the others, especially not under challenging circumstances. Bad news, European Commission was not the body we could have counted on in these issues. So instead of tearing the world and the region into blocks again, connectivity is what we argue in favor. You see that we are building the railway line between Belgrade and Budapest. You see that we are preparing the construction of the biggest and most modern border crossing point of Europe between the two countries in order to eliminate those inappropriate scenes which we sometimes experience at our border. You know, long lines, hours of waiting time between two countries which have the best relationship ever. This is not appropriate, so we'll work on that as well. And all these improvements in connectivity are improving our competitiveness. That's so simple. So no to illegal migration, but yes to more Serbians in Hungary.
Well, both of us are landlocked countries, so obviously connectivity is crucial if we are ever to do business and cultural and other relations with our neighbors. What plans does Serbia have for that in the near future, and how we could be of help?
Well, I will also pick up on what Minister Siarto said in terms of the illegal migration. I don't know if you are aware, but last year there were not even one illegal migration border crossing points, crossing borders between Serbia and Hungary. That's the information that we got from DG Home. It's not Serbia-rooted information, but that we got from the line DG of the European Commission. And what is the explanation behind that? A very good cooperation. So it's trilateral, also working with Austria in that respect. But good cooperation is based on the fact that not only the border police are cooperating well, but also ministries of foreign affairs, if any problem occur. And everything is based on the trust. Well, that is the story of the enlargement. I think that in each and every of the policy, European Union, its member states, its institution, has to have more trust into Western Balkans. And I think that we earn, at least to be listened in terms of what we are doing. Regarding the energy security, I can only agree what Minister Siarto just said. The energy security is the national security, especially nowadays. And it's going to stay like this. It's not going to change whatever happened with the order, the world order. The issue of the energy security will remain. What we are doing, a part of the good cooperation bilaterally, we are also securing the entrance of the gas or transit of the gas with building the interconnectors. One of those became operational mid-January. This is the one with Bulgaria. The other one with Romania, we are now prepared to sign the MOU in terms of working on this. This is for us, it's a short one. It's less kilometers than it was the case with Bulgaria. Also with North Macedonia, because we are connecting through North Macedonia to the port Alexandropoli, the third interconnector this time. This one is for the LNG. Second, connectivity for us means a lot, the speed railroad. Look, from Belgrade to Novi Sad, you reach less than 35 minutes or something. To Budapest, it will be less than 2 hours. That's amazing potential. But it's not only that. This is not the end of the story, because through North Macedonia, this is the connection with the Thessaloniki port to Europe. It's an amazing opportunity for all of us, not only Serbia, but also North Macedonia and all others which are connected there. The connectivity will remain one of the most important elements, not only in terms of the gas, oil, or electroenergy, but also routes, and the new one, digital.
Thank you very much. I think we traveled a great road from the hypocrisy of the European Union when it comes to enlargement to actual achievements on the ground when it comes to connectivity. So that frames today's conversation very well. Please join me in thanking the two ministers for being with us today. We're expecting you back next year as well. And a logistical note, please stay seated until the two ministers exit the room for security reasons, and then I think we'll go into the coffee break.
After the delegations leave, all participants are welcome to the lunch, which will be served in 2 locations, Foyer A and Foyer B. The Budapest Balkans Forum program continues after the lunch break at 1 p.m. Thank you. Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. After a busy but productive and successful morning, the Budapest Balkans Forum continues, and I welcome you to the second part of this day. Before the third panel discussion, I would like to invite to the stage Zsolt Németh, Chairman of the Foreign Affairs Committee of the Hungarian National Assembly, to hold his keynote speech.
Ladies and gentlemen, Excellencies, welcome to Budapest. The Balkans in the second Trump era. I suggest we focus on this topic. America has always been important in the Balkans. But now America is going through a very powerful transition. So one of the main current questions is, how does this affect the Balkans? The impact seems to be twofold. One is the change in the entire global international environment as a result of Trump's policies, which to some extent, probably to a fairly large extent, affects the room for maneuver of every state and nation, including those in the Balkans. The other is the policy of the United States itself towards the entire region and its individual states. As for how the world will change, there is much speculation. In his first 50 days, the President has opened an astonishing number of political fronts, both abroad and at home. Analysts are divided on whether this is the surface of a very well thought out but well-hidden master plan, or this is just a thoughtless hack. Of course, even if it were the latter, we should still pay attention to it, because even a thoughtless hack by a superpower like America could profoundly influence and transform the world. And especially if it were this as a master plan behind, even if not all elements of it may be implemented, this is the situation even more so. One thing that is clear from the changing world is that the superpower with the greatest military and economic power is taking much more notice than before of the fact that the countries and nations of the world are, as a general rule, striving to ensure their own sustainability. Of course, it is not only taking note of this about others, but also about itself. Make America great again. The previous American leadership placed very strong constraints on this pursuit of sustainability. You could only work for your own sustainability if you did not hinder LGBTY+ people from conquering the world. If you did not demonstrate a Christian commitment in your policies, if you did not appear too nationalist, if you accepted that nation-state powers would slowly be transferred to supranational structures, and so on. These constraints have largely been removed by the recent American turn, the Trump tornado, as we like to call it. One could say that hitherto extremely progressive, structuralist, woke American influence based on the omnipotence of international institutions has been replaced by a very strong realist influence. The essence of this realism is that every nation has aspirations, and it's natural for them to achieve whatever they can achieve under the existing balance of power. It should be clear, however, that with the American turn, realism didn't become the only predominant trend in the world. Analysts are also divided as to whether it became dominant or this realism has just merely got strengthened. But either way, the world is currently characterized by a contest, or perhaps more accurately, a struggle between a new kind of realism and a progressive structuralism. It is important to clarify this at a Balkans conference, because the situation in the Balkans in the coming period will be determined by this struggle, among, obviously, other things. This also means that the Balkan states, nations, and political forces, or more precisely, the Balkan itself, have a certain degree of choice as to which model they will follow in order to organize their own lives, and which model they will follow in the international arena. In the Balkans, there will be countries supporting the realist camp, and there will be countries supporting this more progressive structuralist camp. The former will enjoy the sympathy of Washington, D.C. The latter will enjoy probably the sympathy more in Brussels. And of course, it will not only be sympathy that will be expressed, but also antipathy as well on the part both of Washington and Brussels, as we have already seen in the last 50 days, including in the Balkans. Brussels is the most significant opponent of this new form of Trump's realism on a global scale. Or you could say that Washington is the biggest challenger to present Brussels' progressive structuralism. But this doesn't mean that Balkan countries aligned with the realist camp have no place in the EU. The difference is that in their case, the negotiations on the part of the EU will be driven less by principles than by practical considerations. It is much less useful for them to argue that the EU is obliged to admit them under its own rules if they are ready to join. It is much more worthwhile to rely on what they can offer the European Union. Why they are indispensable to the European Union. And it is not that countries that are somewhat closer to the structuralist camp and do not change their positions have nothing to do in Washington, D.C. But they should learn from the example of recently Mr. Zelensky, appealing to Washington's moral or even international legal obligations, which was a common practice and worked so well with the American administration before, could now easily become counterproductive. However, it is also worth paying attention to Mr. Zelensky's case in the sense that when he had something to offer to Washington, raw materials and ceasefire conditions, and who knows what else behind the scenes, he ceased to be persona non grata in the eyes of the administration, and the collaboration continued as nothing would have happened a couple of days before. What can we offer to Washington? What can the Balkan countries offer individually? What can they offer together? And what they can offer together with neighbors like Hungary, Bulgaria, Greece, Croatia, Italy, Romania. I would like to welcome all these delegations who are present. Such a question has, of course, existed before. However, from now on, it is of particular importance. The new Washington doesn't have a program to strengthen international organizations or make life more comfortable to LGBT plus movements. Its program is to make America great again. Who can be useful in this regard to the collaboration with the US? This is the new key that opens the door of the Capitol Hill, where Trump has changed the lock on his front door. Lucinda Williams, I changed the lock on my front door. I'm sure you know this song. The new situation is more difficult than the previous one, in that we now have to find these added values and abilities. But it is easier that they can be found. It will be much easier to do business with Trump on the basis of mutual interests than, I'm convinced, it was with Biden, at least from the Hungarian experience. There will be no unnecessary ideological barriers in our collaboration, and this is a very important development. I have recently had a discussion with one of the speech writers of President Trump, and I asked him, what do you think? What is our job, Hungarians, Central Europeans? And he said, keep your part of the world safe. Keep the Balkans safe. Even in the case of Chinese and Russian partnerships, there are unlikely to be ideological barriers. I stress ideological. So the Americans will not oppose cooperation simply because China is communist or Russia is imperialist. If they are going to oppose something, they will oppose it because it harms American interests and aspirations. They will oppose anything that makes it more difficult for one country or another to be involved in making America great. This is also a serious barrier. It is easier in the sense that it can be at least negotiated. Dictates of principles and ideology could not be negotiated. Like it or not, you get nothing else. That was the principle. Conflicts of interests are tough nuts to crack, but they can be negotiated. And finally, in the Balkan context, one of the main innovations of Donald Trump's world order is a kind of recognition that everyone wants to survive and has the right to survive. The Balkan aspect of this is probably the following. America and its allies will acknowledge more and more that all the Balkan states and nations want to survive. The Bosnians, the Albanians and the Kosovars, the Macedonians, the Montenegrins want to survive, and the Serbs want to survive, and the Serbs inside Bosnia, and obviously the Bosnians. The outside world will increasingly acknowledge this in connection with everyone. Therefore, it is best if the nations of the region take note of each other and try to reach agreements with each other so that, as the saying goes in Hungarian, both the goat's stomach is full and we spare the cabbage as well. I wonder what is the English version of this, but probably you take the essence of this Hungarian saying. Until now, a certain degree of acceptance of others was a kind of moral expectation. From now on, it will be simply worth striving for compromise by decision-making elites. It is worth trying to make sure that no one feels frustrated. The aim should be to make sure that everyone, every state, every nation, and every part of these countries and nations feels his own survival respected and secured. We on the Hungarian side have been trying to do this for some time, to cooperate with everyone on the basis of mutual interests, and to dissolve and overcome possible frustrations. And this hasn't changed. This intention of us is still there and strong. And our experience is that we have found good partners for this in all peoples of the Balkans, for which I would like to thank all those who are present and those who are not. We are happy to be partners or even helpers of all Balkans peoples. When it ever needed, we are happy to be a catalyst for dialogue. We are happy to be initiators of bilateral and multilateral cooperation. This is why we have regularly offered to organize the Budapest Balkans Forum to promote our common goals, and we will continue to do so in the future. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Mr. Németh, for your speech. Today's third high-level panel entitled Normative Europe in the Western Balkans Revisited. I would like to invite to the stage Ulrich Hartmann, Director of the Department for Southeast Europe and EU Enlargement at the Federal Ministry for European and International Affairs of Austria, Zsolt Bumford, Special Envoy of the Prime Minister of Hungary for the Western Balkans at the Prime Minister's Office of Hungary, René Trocas, Special Envoy for the Western Balkans of France, Caroline Ziade, Head of United Nations Mission in Kosovo, and the moderator of the panel, László Dux, Head of the Department for EU CFSP and Enlargement at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary.
So, good afternoon, everybody. A very warm welcome also from my side. Thank you for accepting the invitation to come to Budapest and participate in this event. We have some returning guests, so we really appreciate that you are here with us, also from the side of the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade. The title of our panel today is Normative Europe in Western Balkans Revisited. maybe some of you remember that 10, 15 years ago, there was a lot of discussion that the European Union is a normative power, unlike the US or Russia or China. It's not really strong militarily or politically, but it has this normative cloud influencing globally, but especially it is direct neighborhood. And of course, the Western Balkans is one area where all the countries want to join this community of rules. That's, I think, why it is interesting to look at how this has changed in the past few years, as there has been a lot of global turbulence, which has been addressed by Mr. Nemeth as well. And my first question would be, how do you see this? Does the EU still have this transformative power? Maybe let's start with Director Hartmann, if you.
Thank you very much. Good question, because we are in a, as you just said, in turbulent times. We, especially because of the war of aggression by the Russian Federation on Ukraine, that now has lasted already 3 years, so this has changed a lot. But just from this, in that period, I think there is also, for the EU, a kind of waking up. We cannot continue as usual, business as usual. It's not possible anymore. I think it was a wake-up call. The other new aspect we have is a new US administration with a new kind of doing business as well, in worldwide, as we have seen. Like this slogan, America First. It's more or less everything is looked through this perspective. And the EU is in between. Of course, what is most important for the EU to matter in the future is to be united, to speak with one voice. We all know how difficult that is, but I think this is the main recipe for the EU. Not only to be an economic power, which the EU has been in the past as well, and continues to be, with all the challenges, but also politically, we want to have a say. I think it's possible. We should honestly, within the EU, discuss, but to come to a common position and keep, let's say, strong national interest, strong bilateral interest a little bit aside and see what is at stake. If we want, we as EU, if we want to have a role in the world, if we want to be taken seriously, then we really have to speak with one voice. And this is, whatever I said now, I think it's extremely important also for the Balkans, as a signal also for the Western Balkans. And we have heard so much about geography today. Yes, it is about geography. Where are the Western Balkans? They are in Europe. What we have heard, also what has been said in Austria, also by the previous minister, it's not about them joining. It's about completing the EU with the countries of the Western Balkans.
Thank you very much. Mr. Trapazzo, as you.
Thank you. Before turning to the subject, please allow me to also to express my sincere appreciation to the organizers for this excellent conference. I think that everybody who had the chance to see the discussions in the morning was really, I think it was really great, and it is something which is really a flagship event of Hungary. So I feel very privileged to be here, not for the first time, but for the first time in my capacity as the Prime Minister's Special Envoy. Turning to the subject, turning to the issue of whether the EU still has the transformative power, definitely the answer would be yes. But the question is whether the EU is still attractive for the region. The EU is still attractive for the Western Balkans, for example. because these countries have been sitting on the fence for far too long. They've been, as it was mentioned during the morning session, the average waiting time is 14 years and a half. And 14 years have passed, and the question is whether, do they really want to join the EU? Or because what they feel is that the EU is not serious, the EU is not a credible player. So if we want to be credible, this is the first thing that we have to do. We have to convince the Western Balkans that this is still an issue. This is very much in line with the geopolitical interests of the EU to integrate the region. I should not use the phrase within foreseeable future, but as soon as possible. So I would say that if it had been yesterday, it would have been too late. And we are talking about different dates, we are talking about different deadlines, but the most important thing is to send a clear message to the countries of the region, to make them clear that we are serious on that matter. Definitely they are ready to deliver, they are ready to do the homework, they are ready to make all the necessary reforms. This is what we have been seeing. This is what we saw during our EU presidency. We organized, now I can say, plenty of IGCs as a great reward for the performance of these countries. So it is possible to deliver. But what we have to do is just to be honest to ourselves and to take all the necessary steps in order to realize this integration process as soon as possible.
Thank you. Thank you again for organizing this excellent meeting, this excellent forum, answering the question. Do we have still, as European Union, collectively an attraction power? I hope so, I guess so. It has been said by previous speakers that geography matters. I would say geography is something which is not only a constraint, it's a reality. We have no choice. Speaking of other countries, powerful, the US, the new US administration, China and others, these countries, of course, have a role to play. But here, we are in the very center of Europe, here in Budapest. The Balkans are next door, and it takes about 2 hours coming by plane from Paris to the region of the Western Balkans, and even closer from Vienna. So, we like it or not, we are on the same boat, and we like it. What my country, France, wants is the enlargement of the European Union to the Western Balkans. When? As soon as possible. I say that because it may sound like a slogan, it is not. We had a shift in our policy. We had a shift which precisely was expressed by our president in 2023 in Bratislava Globsec meeting. He said, we now have a totally different situation on the European continent with the war in Ukraine. We have countries of the Western Balkans which are, it has been said, waiting for more than 20 years and started their process 14.5 years. So we now have to speed up. We have to be coherent. Coherent means two things. One thing is, and I would like to repeat what has been also said by my fellow panelists here, we need to deliver collectively as European Union, and our partners, candidates from the Western Balkans, also have to deliver. And this is something very, very clear, very important. The other thing is that we have to work in order to be coherent with ourselves, European Union. EU is not, how can I say that, an open bar where you come, you pick and choose. No, we have rules. These rules matter for us. It is our strength. We need to speak with one voice, otherwise we're not going to be a power. We're going to be only a market, an important market, but a market. We don't want Europe, we don't want the European Union to be only a market. It has to be also something based on shared values, not values of the last decades. We speak of values of centuries, and this is the common legacy we have to share on a different now context, which is the one we know in Europe. So clearly we want the enlargement of the European Union to the Western Balkans. We have to push for that. We lost time. We have to speed up, and we're working for that. Our Hungarian partners know that we pushed also during their presidency. We did what we could in order to promote an ambitious agenda to this region, and this is something which we are going to keep on doing.
Thank you very much. We have heard now from three representatives of national governments. I think it's very interesting to hear from Madame Ziadeh from an international organization, how she sees this question.
Thank you. Let me start by thanking you for including me in this very important panel. It's very impressive to be here and to have participated in the morning briefings. The discussion was so enriching and sobering at the same time. I had the pleasure of meeting many of the colleagues in previous settings. So let us be clear. I'm not speaking on behalf of the EU. I'm just a representative of the Secretary General. I'm here to share with you the views, how we see it, and how we see the EU in the framework of the Chapter 8 of the Charter. It is the strengthening of relationship between the UN and regional and sub-regional organizations. And the EU is a success story as a regional organization. It was only 2 days ago in the Security Council on March 11th, where there was a session. And the representative of the EU highlighted and emphasized that the EU remains a partner of choice for the United Nations in the framework of international law, respect of freedom, funding, UN-led processes. And today, I'm here to reciprocate. The UN, in the mission that I am chairing, remains a partner of choice for the EU-facilitated dialogue between Belgrade and Pristina. And it is a political process. Mr. Tokaz, they are keeping you busy with that. Madam Hartmann, you are also busy with that. But what keeps us busy is in support of the EU-facilitated dialogue, we have adopted in the mission a people-centered approach to strengthen trust. Speaking in one voice is excellent. Trust is also key. Speaking in a full trust in the message that we are conveying and establishing and nurturing trust of our interlocutors with us. That's what we are trying to do. While we are supportive of the EU-facilitated dialogue, we focus on trust building, building confidence measures among communities and between communities and institutions, providing assistance in strengthening the respect of human rights, rule of law. And remember, in any turbulent time, women and youth are key element. They are the peace builder and change makers. This is what we are trying to do. And how we are trying to do that? Through our programmatic activities. And the programmatic activities is doing outreach with the civil societies, with grassroots approach, and respond to their needs. They know it better. They know what is needed. And what is needed has been translated in a programmatic activities considered for us as a flagship in our trust-building efforts. It is called Barabar Center. All of you are from the region. Barabar had the same meaning, equality and justice for all. I think all of us, in particular during turbulent time, focus on strengthening justice and fairness and equality for all. In this Barabar Center, since its establishment last May 2023, they hosted, it's an NGO Kosovo Serbs, coupled with an NGO Kosovo Albanian, establishing the trust-building principles. It is led by them. This is the voice of the people. This is what we do at the UN. We convene, we support, we respond, we offer safe spaces. And we do it best in close partnership with our partners, be it the regional organization or sub-regional organization. In the Western Balkans, in particular, it's the EU, the partner of choice. So allow me, this is my 4th year on the job. Allow me to share with you from a UN perspective what I detected from the people. there is keen interest for the EU to prioritize the Western Balkans agenda within the EU. And I'm reassured that I heard this from Mr. Tokaz. The second one, the EU integration stimulates freedom and aspirations among the people. There is common things, common market, common connectivity, there is common future. And guess what? It's only the EU, through its normative and soft power, that can achieve this. And by doing so, the EU, like the UN, we strengthen the message, the first word in the Charter, we, the people. And I will stop here.
Thank you very much for this very interesting insight from the... Thank you. We have panelists from 3 EU member states, Austria, France, and Hungary, of course, which of all of them have special links with the region, historically, economically, and so on. So I would like to ask now you, what is the reason, and why is the Western Balkans interesting for your country? What are your interests there, and whether you see some similarities between these 3 countries? Please, maybe we can start by on the other end now, maybe. René.
As already said, the situation is changing on the continent. We lost too many years in this process of having the Western Balkans closer and then becoming members of the European Union. So we have to speed up, that's clear. So the first reason is stability. Stability on the continent, that's number 1 reason. Second, and it comes to the process of enlarging the European Union to the Western Balkans, because it lasted for too long time, we can feel in some cases, in some countries of the Western Balkans, disappointment. And for me, it's something, I would say, logical. It makes sense. If you're waiting for more than 20 years something, you don't believe anymore. So we have to change the movement, to speed up, to maintain this momentum. That's very important. This is very important. We don't give any date, but again, we have to be ambitious on that. That's very, very clear in our mind. And third, is the fact that if you consider the region of the 6 countries of the Western Balkans, there are some difficulties, there are tensions here and there, we know them, which are a legacy of the past. But on the other hand, one could say that we speak of a global population of all the Western Balkans, which is equivalent to the one of the Netherlands, of a GDP which is equivalent to the one of Slovakia, which is to say that, of course, it's important, but you cannot absorb it as European Union. It's not something, I mean, we cannot manage to do. So clearly here there is a question of political will on our side, but on the side also of our partners of the Western Balkans. There are things we have to clear up, we have to overcome the tensions and to go fast to the on the European way, because again, to repeat something which is absolutely obvious, Western Balkans are part of Europe.
Thank you. As a matter of fact, it's quite obvious why the region is important for Hungary. It is enough just to take a look at the map. It's in our immediate neighborhood. Definitely, we are very much interested in fostering very, very close relationship with the countries of the region in terms of political cooperation, economic cooperation, energy, cultural ties, security. If I may, I also would like to add one specific reason why we attach particular importance to the region, and this is history. History teaches us that we are destined to live together, and definitely we all know that we have a Hungarian minority living in the region. So for us, that's another very good reason why we think that that it would be a common interest, not only for Hungary, but common interest for all of us to see the region within the European Union as soon as possible. Because this is the key, and because what we believe is that EU and Europe cannot be complete without integrating the Western Balkans. And it's also important to emphasize that it is not just the interest of the Western Balkans to be integrated into the EU, but it is also a very important source of growth for the EU as well. So it could bring some new energy to the ailing European economies. So I think it's a mutually beneficiary process for both of us. It would be important to accelerate this process. And of course, to emphasize at the end of my intervention, one more thing, definitely illegal migration. So we are facing the same challenges. We are along the very same route. This is something that we share, and I think it's an issue for all of us. So we cannot defend our borders, we cannot defend ourselves without having the countries of the region on our side. So it's one more very important reason why we have to pay attention to that region.
Nothing left for me to say because everything has been said. What I wanted to emphasize, especially also as we see ourselves as neighbor, although we don't have a border with neither with Serbia nor with the other Western Balkan countries, but still we consider ourselves a neighbor. So everything that has been said about people, about labor, about the historical ties, of course, what's true for Hungary is also true for Austria, of course. But was also interesting what we heard from the French colleague about stability. In the past few years, we have seen how important that is. So I think we have to really stress and do everything because it's about European stability. But even more so, of course, those countries close to the region, and it's not only the two of us, it's also about Italy, about Slovenia, about Croatia, about Czech Republic, etc. So all these countries, not only that they have a particular understanding for that region because of the ties, but because we are the first to be affected. When I say we, it's first as countries, as states, but of course we as the EU. And we saw just those who remember when we had the breakup of ex-Yugoslavia, and then for Slovenia, unfortunately, the conflict lasted just for a few days. But I mean, this was at our border. So for the first time, at least in my lifetime, I had never experienced that before, that yes, the war is at our border. So, and since then, we have been pushing for enlargement and for supporting all the countries as much as we can. But let me say, we are usually, when we in such a discussion, we're always talking about how we can support, what we can do, and we will continue to do so. And we will still try to find, to be creative of bringing the countries in as soon as possible, as you said. But let's not forget, they also need to do their homework. So it's two sides to deliver. And very often when I accompanied ministers to the region, our motto was always, help us to help you. It's difficult then to talk about enlargement and to speed up if in certain countries, in certain situations, don't do their homework. It's about legislation. This is technical. The countries need to be prepared. I think not only we are for enlargement, I think the entire EU, 27 are for enlargement. But the countries must be prepared as Hungary was prepared, as Austria was prepared when we joined, as Bulgaria was prepared, and as Croatia as the last one that joined. So the countries need to be prepared, legally prepared, practically to be prepared, and this is what we talk about. What do we have? The first step is always the legal basis, it's the laws, and the second step is implementation. Minister Miščević gave excellent examples. So they are definitely on the right way, doing the legislation, but it has to be implemented. And I think this gives those, we call it the friends of the enlargement, excellent examples for discussion in Brussels, to convince those that say, yes, we are for enlargement, but the countries have to deliver. So if they do something, then it gives us good arguments, and I think we will keep pushing. But work must be done from two sides. You mentioned something about the date. I'm always skeptical about giving date, because it's always the question how you give it. It's not about by then, because this would mean I just wait, and then when the time comes, then I'm in. This doesn't work. But what we can talk about dates, but it should be the other way around. The countries should set their dates. As just one example, just recently or several times already, I heard from Montenegro, we want to finish all the negotiations by the end of 26, so by the end of next year. I asked someone from the EU, do you think is that realistic? I heard theoretically it is. So they are delivering, they are doing something, but they must keep doing it till the end. And the other side, it's then the EU that also has to deliver and not bring in new conditions, not bring in bilateral issues that have nothing to do with the integration process, but should be solved outside of the process. And this is not only it's for many countries in the Western Balkans where we have, as you all know, bilateral issues coming into the integration process. So we are very clear on this, to keep out these bilateral issues and solve them separately. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have heard now why the region is important for these member states. And of course, it has also already been mentioned that the EU integration process is nevertheless very slow. So we hear that it's very important, but the process is very slow. So I would like to ask Special Representative Ziad, working in the region, how do you see, how can these strong bilateral relations help the integration process of these countries and the region itself?
Thank you. And again, I cannot speak on behalf of the EU, and I'm just an observer. So let me share with you, or let us try to understand the question as it stands. So what does it mean, strong bilateral relations? What does it mean between Western Balkans and European Union? And what does it mean, regional integration and EU enlargement? We heard many things. You know, I hosted an event in the framework of Trust Building Forum in Thessaloniki in 2023. Lady Ashton was there. She shared with us her experience in the EU facilitated dialogue. And we heard many people there in Thessaloniki in 2023 stating that it was just across the street on that other building when the meeting in the EU of the EU enlargement took place. And the question to me at that point in time was, what should we expect 20 years onward? I said to them, wrong address. Maybe you have the better question. But what was my takeaway of this question was the eagerness. They have been waiting. Somebody might qualify it that enlargement fatigue. Others might say, as you just mentioned, it's partnership. It's help me to help you. And that's how bilateral relations, strong bilateral relations, can intensify a good understanding of what is expected, how to do it, when to do it, and what does it mean. I read a lot about the European Union. I read a lot about the 4 freedoms: movement of people, freedom of goods movement, freedom of services, and capital. These freedoms are key. These are the connectivities. And you are talented within the EU to put nice labels on them. CEFTA, SEPA, growth plan. These are good initiatives. What requires at the level of bilateral relations is what we do at the UN. we strengthen the buy-in by the people. It's not only a legislative process. It is for the people. And as long as you have a very supportive public opinion towards this process, the buy-in will intensify the acceptance and the credibility of the process. And you've done it for 27, and I trust you will continue doing it by creating spaces, not only coherence in messages, but coherence in the processes, exchange of experience and expertise, and maybe, just maybe, providing the people, while waiting, the glimpse of hope that there is a light at the end of the tunnel. And I will stop here.
Thank you very much. And I think now this is also a question to the other panelists. Which areas of reform, because of course joining the European Union is a very difficult and technical process, and the countries of the region need a lot of support. What tools and instruments are at your disposal, and how are you trying to help to achieve this goal of EU integration? Who wants to start? Please, sure. Mr. Buford.
If I may I would like to refer back to this homework issue. Well, it's important, yes, of course, to do the homework, but it is also important not to change the target all the time and not to imply and apply double standards in terms of the countries of the region. So it is also important to be a credible partner. So I think it is something important to mention. Talking about the support and the help, I think one of the key factors is that what we would like to help, and the way that we would like to help is that we would like to listen to the countries of the region. So we think that it's important not to talk about the region, but to listen to their real needs. And we are ready, of course, to support everything that they are interested in. So we should not push anything on them. So it's important to elaborate all this type of support and reforms in close cooperation with the interested countries, with the countries of the region. I can tell a lot of things, but of course, the most important thing, and I'm not talking about technical issues, the most important thing is the political support. And this is something that we emphasized during our EU presidency. So we thought that we managed to create a political momentum. So this is something that we should preserve. And this is something that we have to maintain. So I think the political thing is important. But it is, of course, it is also important to translate it into technical assistance. For us, it is shown by the fact that we have our integration expert ambassadors accredited to the whole of the countries of the region, because we try to help them on the spot in close cooperation with the interested ministries, with close cooperation with the people on the spot. So I think that this is the key for us.
Thank you, and maybe it's just as a technical note, these advisors are here actually in the audience today, so if you haven't met them yet, I think this is an opportunity. Please, Mr. Schwartz.
No, I would follow what the other speakers said. What is the foreign policy of the European Union in the Western Balkans? One word, it's enlargement. In this framework, as France, we have a specific role. We have a strategy for the Western Balkans, which has been put it on the table for national strategy 5 years ago. We now have our development agency, which is working in the Balkan. Let me just remind one number, one figure. More than 1,300 million euros of French investment and financing through the development agency for the 6 countries of the Western Balkans. That's one thing. But it's not only that. We are, as much as we can, also politically pushing on a bilateral basis. Let me here remind the fact that our president went during the last years twice to Serbia on official visits, including very recently, some months ago in Belgrade. We have a very strong partnership with this country. He also paid the first official visit of a French president to Albania since this country is independent. This was in 2023. He received in Paris the 3 members of the rotating trilateral presidency of Bosnia, Bosno-Serb, Bosno-Croat, and Bosniak. So and many other meetings. So clearly we are pushing, we are helping, and it shows something. We are totally aligned, the European interest and our national interest. We see it going along the same lines, and as much as we can, on a national basis, support, push, advise our partners and friends and neighbors from the Western Balkans, we do.
When it comes to reform, support, tools, it's two ways. One is the bilateral, so what we do as member states in order to support these countries in general, but also, of course, in the EU integration process. Meaning a lot is, of course, technical support. Well, the political support is, I mean, that's obvious. I mean, we have been doing this very much, but only political support is not enough. As I said before, countries need to be fit. And this, here we come into very technical issues, and the EU does a lot about, you know, these twinning and TIEX and whatever you have, what then member states implement. And this goes on for years. We also on the bilateral level, we do a lot when it comes to in judiciary, also making parliaments fit. And here I don't talk about the politicians, the MPs. I talk about the administration of parliament. What does it mean? How quick a parliament needs to decide on things within the EU. So I think it's also to change this thinking of the entire administration, what it means. Even our countries, we have big problems with the speed in the EU. And I think some of the Western Balkans, except for experts who really deal with it, like Minister Miščević, but many people or even politicians are still not aware what this really means when it comes to speed. So this is the bilateral part, what we try to do and to support. The other one is from the EU side itself, and that has been mentioned, growth plan. So there is a lot was being done from the Commission. So this is, it's not sexy to talk about it because it's technical. It's always nicer to talk about big politics, but this is the groundwork. This is the daily work, how for years and years you prepare the countries. And all of our countries that are already in the EU went through this. And it took years, but it's not an excuse why it takes so long. Yeah, this is more or less. And here, when I have a growth plan, and what was also mentioned about this very specific, how can you specifically then support the countries and where people feel that something is going forward. Here are we then already in the topic of this gradual integration, meaning not only supporting them for the enlargement as such, but also what to do so that ordinary people already today feel what does it mean to approach the EU, to be in the EU, but also for the politicians. Not just to tell them you need to do this, you need to do that, but to include them. To include them, for, let's say, in ministers' meetings in Brussels. So including them that they have a feeling, okay, we can still not decide because we are still out, but we can discuss. Because when a decision is taken, this decision then is valid in a period when we will be in. So we want to have them in at ministers' level, at lower level, whatever is possible to include them. This for us is gradual integration. And when I was listening before in the morning session, that there is discussion whether gradual integration is just instead of enlargement. Never. I mean, for us, we have always promoted gradual integration, but we have never understood it in a way as an alternative. But it's only that when people then for 20 years are just waiting for something, it's simply not attractive anymore. But when they have the real perspective, we say, okay, in small steps, we move forward, and then we are there. But it's not in or out, so it's slowly approaching, and then we feel it already. Be it this SEPA as this transfer of money, but also what was said about the roaming. Yes, it's good to have it within the region, but it's then also now it's not at, we're still not there, but we are in the process of having the roaming-free area between the Western Balkans and the EU. So it's exactly that area where ordinary people then feel, what does it mean to be in the EU? Thank you.
Would you like to maybe add something on regional integration or comment on that? Or, yeah, please, go ahead.
Just one word to repeat and emphasize what you very rightly said. For us, this is very clear. It is not gradual integration versus full membership. The goal is the 6 countries to become full members of the European Union.
I also feel compelled to repeat what was said. Of course, for us, it cannot be an alternative for the full-fledged EU membership. But when we want, but if it aims at narrowing a gap between the EU and the countries of the region, definitely it could be a useful tool and a useful thing to move ahead with. So definitely we are not against this gradual integration, but at the end of the day, again, what we have to emphasize, it should not be a substitute.
Thank you very much. So now we had heard a lot about what the EU is doing, what member states are doing to help to try the region. I think it would be interesting also to hear how do you see the internal challenges and the challenges in the region, because of course, as some countries, candidate countries in the region are waiting now for 20 years, a lot of things are happening. I mean, people are living their lives, political issues, economic issues. So how do you see, what are the biggest challenges facing the Balkans, Western Balkans region currently? I see very worried faces, but nobody. Maybe would you like to? Yes.
Probably the most striking challenge for all the region of the Balkans is the fact that people are leaving the region. I have been told by leaders of the region in each of these countries that they lost 10% of the population in 10 years. Some countries 30% in 30 years. Can you imagine that that's a major challenge? It's a challenge, of course, for the countries. It's a challenge for Europe. Most of the people leaving the Western Balkans are coming to the European Union. And by the way, most of them get European citizenship, which means that you already have an important part of the population proportion of these countries where citizens are already citizens of the European Union. So this is probably the most challenging problem for these countries, to maintain the population, to strengthen the growth, because of course, if we enlarge as we wish and the European Union to the Western Balkans, we hope this region will genuinely be a region which will bring something new, something fresh. But you need people, and you need young people to stay there in order to promote economy, culture, development, democracy. So all that is needed, and that's very important. And I'm absolutely convinced that the leaders, the governments of these countries are totally convinced of that necessity, of the importance of this problem.
I couldn't agree more. It is, it's a huge problem that people are leaving. It's the young that are leaving. We know where they are leaving to. It's towards the EU. It's almost all of them, they leave for the EU. And I understand, especially it's young people. But in the last few years, it's not only that individuals left, maybe to find a job, but we heard, I was working in Bosnia-Herzegovina as ambassador, we have lots of companies there, and even companies say, yes, they have problem with finding labor in the country. And they face a new problem that even those who have a job and who are actually satisfied with the job they have, they're still there leaving because they live with their entire family for the only reason that they say, we want our children to have a better life and a perspective. So there's more or less loss of hope that they will have, it's not for themselves, for their children, that the new generation will be in the EU, meaning have all the benefits that the EU offers in all respects, that this kind of hope is being lost. And I think this is one of the biggest challenges. And this should be a clear signal for the responsible people, for the responsible politicians in the country to do something against it. And doing something against it means do all the steps that are required to join the EU more quickly. Even if it's not tomorrow, but just each next step is some kind of hope. And I think someone would not leave if they assume that, okay, in a few years we will be in the EU. So this is long term, and of course, we are happy also in Austria. We also need labor, but we are not proactively. It's not in our interest to attract all these people, because we need a neighborhood that is stable, that works for the EU, where there are no problems whatsoever. And if the best educated people leave, who is left? And, those who are already retired, or those who just arrange themselves doing the same way as they have always done, but this is not the way we would like these countries to develop. Because what we see is, with no progress towards the EU, the gap is getting bigger, because the EU, one way or the other, the EU is developing further. And when we have stagnation in at least some countries, then the gap becomes bigger and bigger. Frustration becomes bigger and bigger. So I think this is the biggest challenge, and I would hope that all the responsible politicians would start doing business in the sense of doing their job in politics, having this in mind, developing their country towards the EU, and leaving behind this constant talk which we have heard for years and sometimes decades. Thank you.
I do not really want to spoil a discussion. Of course, demographic challenges and economic issues are really important, but we also have to take into consideration, let's be frank enough, it's quite clear that we live in a turbulent world, as it was mentioned. It has been mentioned many times, and this turbulence, it's quite clear this turbulence has affected the region as well. So let us be frank and honest. Some of the countries are facing serious problems in relation to the political stability. So, so this is something that we also have to take into consideration. And it is, and within this context, it is even more important from the European Union to be relevant in the region, because the countries are facing multiple challenges, and in some countries, we have serious political, legal, and constitutional crisis ahead of us.
Thank you very much. We are slowly reaching the end of our time, but I think we have time for maybe one last round of questions. And I think it's very interesting. Several of you already mentioned the issue of setting target dates of EU accession. And we have several colleagues here in the audience who have worked on our accession process. And I think they would probably agree that for us, this was a very motivating, and it made the work easier, that you have a target date, it's easier to fulfill the criteria, it's easy to take political decisions. So maybe if you could elaborate a little bit more on that. I don't know, would you say?
I don't want to be repetitive, but what I said, I think the countries themselves should set the date, but the date should be realistic. So I think it should be clear for them what the job is. And together with the Commission, because I personally could not say it will last until they go through all the chapters and clusters, etc. So what is realistic? Do they have the administrative capacity, or do they still have to build up this administrative capacity and then go through, and the Commission will help, the member states will help. So they should set the date, a realistic date when it's possible. And then it's, of course, in the end, it's always a political decision. Not only in the end, even in between, it's political decisions by the EU ministers, whether the next cluster will be opened, whether the next step will come. But here, I also say the EU also needs to deliver. If the country delivers, then the EU must deliver. And we will definitely, within the EU, in Brussels, push for this delivery, so that the date that the country sets for itself, but it has to be realistic, that the date it sets for itself can be met.
As we all know, the EU is not very good at setting dates, so I would be very cautious with talking about any possible dates, like 2030 or something like that. What it is important to note is that we are talking about a region with less than 20 million people. So at the end of the day, it shouldn't be a big deal to integrate the region as soon as possible, because if the EU is not capable of doing that, what can we expect? So I think we should not, talk about dates, but I think that what we have to understand is that we do not really have time to lose. And I think that this would be a very important message.
Of course, we are in favor of enlarging as soon as possible and not fixing any date, which would be, risky, but to speed up the procedure. If you wait for another 20 years, forget about it. 10 years, it's very long. We have to speed up, that's very clear. But as you said rightly, we have no specific date, and the countries themselves should also work on this question of the date, which is of course important, not just as fixing, theoretically a date, but in working so to be ready to integrate the European Union as soon as possible. That's one thing. Second, it has been said that sometimes the European approach, the negotiation process, it is too technocratic. I fully agree with that. You cannot go outside the street and in every country, in my country, and ask people what do they think about clusters, benchmarks, etc. So the medium, the average citizen doesn't understand what it is about. We need technicalities because we have rules, because we have constraints, because we have budgets. The French taxpayers, the European taxpayers, the Hungarian, the Austrian taxpayers are paying for the European Union. It's just not an idea floating around. So we have to protect the coherence of our European Union. But what is the most important, and it's not at all theoretical, specifically now, it is about shared values. Europe is democracy. Not to say that this is the only place on earth where you have democracy, but this is our soul as European Union. So this is very important, the fundamentals. This is something we have, and something which also everybody, all citizens, all societies understand. No need to get into technicalities when it comes to values, it comes to principles.
Thank you very much. I don't know if any of panelists would like to say maybe some closing thoughts that they really want to share with the audience. If not, then I would like to ask Special Representative, Special Envoys, thank you very much for being here with us today. I think it was a very interesting panel, and I think now there will be a coffee break, so I think we finish here now. So thank you very much for your attention, and please enjoy.
Distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, please reserve your seats as we are about to continue with the program of the Budapest Balkans Forum. Now we have arrived to the last panel discussion of the Budapest Balkans Forum entitled Bridging the Divide, the Western Balkans as the EU and NATO's strategic security anchor. I would like to invite to the stage Péter Sztáray, State Secretary for Security Policy and Energy Security at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary, Frano Matušić, State Secretary for Political Affairs at the Ministry of Foreign and European Affairs of the Republic of Croatia, Ivica Bočevski, former Special Representative of the Government of the Republic of North Macedonia to the Hungarian Presidency of the European Union, and the moderator of the panel, István Balog, Hungary's permanent representative to NATO and ambassador at the Ministry of Foreign Affairs and Trade of Hungary. Please.
So, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests and speakers of the panel, it is my honor to welcome you to our discussion, the title of which is, I believe, a little bit ambivalent and maybe needs a bit of clarification, so let us clear that up for you right away. I think the main idea behind this panel is to discover a little bit the relevance of the Western Balkans for the EU and NATO, and vice versa, to see a little bit what is the relevance of the Western Balkans for these two organizations, and what are the opportunities and challenges for actors on both sides, perhaps. And of course, the past couple of years have been really pivotal, I should say, in the region's history. I think two events clearly stand out, two cataclysms, if you like. I think one would be the migration crisis in 2015, and then the other one would be the war in Ukraine, of course. And I think that those two events and developments have clearly reshed the spotlight on the region and underlined its fragility. Some of the factors that are coming to mind are issues related to inter-ethnic relations, illegal migration, organized crime, problems with reconciliation, good neighborly relations, etc., etc. And of course, it's important to mention the Euro-Atlantic aspirations of the region. And of course, the EU has been focusing on this since at least 2003 in official terms. And of course, this was one of the keystones of the Hungarian presidency of the EU, and the region is also home to the biggest land operation of NATO, which is K4. So that, I think, just highlights the importance of the region, but of course we have excellent and distinguished and very experienced speakers today on our panel, so without further ado, I will first give the floor to Mr. Péter Sztáray, and then we'll proceed with Mr. Frano Matušić, and then we'll proceed with Mr. Bočevski. And the first question is, what do you think is the real political and security relevance of the Western Balkans for both the EU and NATO? So please, Mr. State Secretary Sztáray.
Well, thank you, Ambassador, and great welcome to this large audience. It shows the degree of interest and the topical nature of the question of the Western Balkans. It has been so for a long time, throughout history actually, for us, for Central Europeans. But today, in this multifaceted and very complex world full of challenges, I think it's even more important that we have a good understanding why is it so important that we focus on the Western Balkans, how much we are depending on the stability and peace of the region, and how much we are interested in actually integrating this very important region, both politically and in terms of economy and security. Of course, it's a commonplace to repeat all those reasons why you are interested. But whenever there was instability and when there were conflicts in this region in the south of Europe, it always had a negative impact on our security, not only on Hungary's, but also on Europe's and on the Euro-Atlantic area as such. So in that respect, I think it's not by chance that Hungary, together with Croatia, with others, have been the most, the staunchest advocates of the integration of this region. It's been a long time. I mean, many of the countries have been for 20 years in the process of integration. It's a bit tragicomical, actually, that they are still not there. Thanks God, some of them could join NATO, which has already increased the sphere of stability and peace. But on the other hand, this is only halfway. We also need the EU track. And I think many of the countries have made tremendous efforts to deliver on the conditions of membership. And we need to be both geopolitical beyond conditionality. And there's a problem with the balance of that. We have advocated for a more geopolitical approach for a long time. Not too many countries listened to us. They always concentrated, they were lost in conditionality. Because of that, not too much happened, actually. Now, we see that Ukraine and Moldova received candidate status. Now, everybody has become very geopolitical, and they have a tendency to forget about the conditionality. It's funny, but I think we must concentrate now on the task that the Western Balkan countries should not suffer from this, because they have been preparing for a very long time. So we have to acknowledge that, and there has to be a clear perspective for their accession, because otherwise their societies will be disappointed. This will have a negative impact on their political elites, and I think that will not help the integration of Europe.
Thank you so much. And indeed, there are varying schools of thought about enlargement, and indeed, certain member states emphasize conditionality, and Hungary has consequently been emphasizing the political nature of enlargement. So the same question to you, Mr. State Secretary Matušić, please.
Thank you very much. First, thank you for inviting me on this very important forum. And first, let me remind you all that Croatia concluded its negotiation during the Hungarian presidency. So we are grateful that happened in the first part of 2011. Secondly, I have to say something which can be also a message to our all Western Balkan countries when speaking about enlargement. We had at that time political consensus in the whole society. And it was very helpful that we had political consensus in the parliament. So all parliamentary all parties, all members of the Croatian parliament, even independent members of Croatian parliament were in favor for the European Union membership. So we voted all in favor. So that was very easy to implement after adopting in the parliament all the rules which are necessary to become part of the European Union. After that, we had very smooth implementation of these rules. Although we had 2 years of blockade from our neighboring countries, member of the European Union, we completed negotiation process in only 6 years. So without these 2 years of blockade, it could be 4 years. But the really helpful thing was the fact that we had the consensus among all major political parties, members of the Croatian parliament. So this is a message to all our neighbors, because we see that's not the fact in these countries. We see that in the parliaments of Western Balkans countries, we have huge differences between parties and between members of the parliament. So this is maybe crucial message for all of them, one of them. Secondly, many things were said on previous panels. I have to say that I agree completely with Madame Hartmann, who very clearly stated that, of course, there are criteria which have to be fulfilled. And what does it mean? What does clusters, we have benchmarks and so on. It's very strange for ordinary people. But in fact, benchmarks, clusters, and everything what is in front of all member states, all aspiring countries, are in fact harmonization of whole society with the rules that apply to all EU member states. That's harmonization. So you have to apply all the rules which apply EU member states. That's no more and no less than that. So this is very important also to understand what does it mean to negotiate. It means your harmonization of your society and support of your society. I know that the people of those countries, aspiring countries, support membership of the European Union. In most countries, more than 60%, even in some 80% of. And what is also important at the same time is, as you mentioned, Mr. State Secretary, that some of them are already members of NATO. That's also very, very important. We remain steadfast and advocate of full integration of the Western Balkan countries into both EU and NATO. But it is really good thing that some of them, three countries, are already members of NATO. But there are many challenges in the countries of Western Balkans. You see the situation now in Bosnia and Herzegovina. You follow also the situation in Serbia. They have many challenges within the country. So it is important, of course, to keep focus on implementation of all the reforms from the negotiation process. That's for the beginning, just okay. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And so the same question on the security and political relevance of the Balkans for the EU and NATO. How do you see that, Mr. Bocevski? The floor is yours.
Well, initially we started talking about conditionality. And on conditionality, I would like to point out that I haven't found a single country in the Western Balkans which has any problems with any aspect of the EU conditionality and on the EU acquis. But let's be frank and honest. When we talk about Western Balkans, the problem is not the adaptation of EU acquis, and the problem is not about the conditionality. Because there is not a single mention in the European acquis that a country needs to change its name to become a member. There is not a single line in the European acquis claiming that a country needs to change its historical textbooks, its identity, and maybe even forego its language to become a member of the European Union. Speaking about security challenges, my country, my nation, had a very positive experience with the Yugoslav Federation. And this is why when we became independent, we projected this positive image on the European Union. Namely, Macedonians as nations under the Yugoslav Federation were both promoted and encouraged in their identity and protected. So we also saw the European Union as a protective mechanism for our identity. Yet for almost 36 years, we saw the European integration being weaponized by our neighbors in order to challenge the Macedonian identity. We spoke about waiting for the European integration. Well, an interesting fact about my country and also about Croatia is that in 1989, our last socialist assembly, so imagine the Assembly of the Socialist Republic of Macedonia at that time, promulgated a declaration calling on the government of the Republic and the government of the Federation to harmonize the full legislation, Macedonian and Yugoslav, with the EU acquis by the end of 1992. Well, I was 12 in 1989. I'm 48 right now. The country still did not become a member of the European Union. When we signed the Stabilization and Association Treaty, we did it as the first country of all the countries of the Western Balkans. Croatia signed the Stabilization and Association Agreement after us, and they're members for almost a decade or more. When we became a candidate to join the EU, Montenegro did not exist as an independent country yet. And we are still not a member of the European Union. The security aspect of the European integration and the geopolitical aspect is that the only security policy that EU can have vis-a-vis the Western Balkans is to integrate the whole region unconditionally, immediately in the Union. And then the whole talk stops about internal problems, ethnic problems, interference by foreign actors, be it Asian, be it African, whatever, you know. The moment we become members of the European Union, the security equation is resolved. So these are the aspects that I wanted to bring about. Also, if we look at the trade exchange between our countries and the European Union, we have numbers which demonstrate that we are de facto members of the single market. In our case, over 80% of our trade exchange is with the single market. I think Serbia has the lowest of 70-something% of its trade exchange with the single market. So this is why in the region we don't understand when we talk about technicalities or clusters or like. We have it. I mean, there is no problem about it. Also, you know, on the administrative capacity, of course, we have a lot of problems about administrative capacity, but we've heard that in October, Ukraine will join this pan-European roaming existing in the European Union. In 2008, all the ministers of telecommunication of all the Western Balkan countries signed a joint letter asking for our countries to be included in the pan-European roaming. Ever since, European Commission is conducting an analysis about how to integrate the Western Balkan countries within the pan-European roaming. Administrative capacity. So I don't know what's about the administrative capacity of the European Commission, that it took them 17 years to reach, to produce an analysis about Western Balkan countries joining the pan-European roaming. So again, coming back to it, security of the European Union will be much better with all our countries fully integrated. And we demonstrated it during the Great Migration Crisis because the southern border of my country was actually the first place where Schengen border was defended. On the other side, there was a Schengen country. Yet on our side, we had our police forces and also the police forces of Hungary and other Visegrad countries, I mean, trying to stem the flow of the refugees and the like. So again, my point is, you know, we are an integral part of Europe and of the European Union, and the only feasible security policy that EU can have vis-à-vis the Western Balkans is full and unconditional immediate integration of the whole region in the European Union. Thank you.
Very well said, and I think your intervention absolutely underlines the very political nature of enlargement and clearly the fact that the EU has not been fast enough in trying to integrate the region is absolutely a problem that our foreign policy has been calling attention to every now and then. So the next question is something that you already touched upon in your intervention, which is the perception that the region is a zone of competition for external actors and influences. So I would like to ask again, Mr. State Secretary Peter Sztáray, how do you think that is seen from the EU and NATO and Central Europe as a region, with the Western Balkans clearly taking on new relevance with these external factors and actors?
Well, that's a very complex issue, I think, and it's really at the heart of this problem, and it also shows the difficulties and the challenges that the EU is facing when it's about decision-making on strategic issues. So, in our perception, the EU has a strategy problem. It has an ambition, a global political ambition on the one hand. On the other hand, what you see is that when it's about a concrete conflict or a concrete issue, we are not able, I mean the EU at 28, we are not able to have a real frank discussion about a situation, I mean, without political correctness, but focusing on the real problems. And because of that, we are not in a position to draw the real conclusions. Because of that, we are not able to define our common interests, real common interests, and because of that, we are not able to define the tools and to go ahead and to implement the decisions. You know, I think it's a deep and wide-ranging problem. This is true for the conflict in Ukraine, but this is true also for enlargement. I think Minister Szijjártó this morning mentioned this problem. I mean, if you leave a gap, somebody will fill it, clearly. And this has been 20 years. And still, if you look at how the West or the majority of the EU countries relates to the crisis in Bosnia and Herzegovina, for example, it's not about engagement. It's not about trying to engage each and every important player and taking them to the same table and try to convince them about the necessity of coming to agreements. It's about exclusion, sanctioning, withdrawing the economic programs, using the force of the office of the High Representative without any consultation. So this is not the way how the EU should handle this region. And that's why we are a bit disappointed, because this has a negative impact on the accession process too. Had we been more strategic in the past and in the present, we would have found better answers, and I think members of countries of the region would be much further ahead on this road, and some of them already could be members. As we say, the EU has a bigger interest in getting these countries into it than the other way around, because the countries of the Western Balkans, they have channels to other directions too. And if there is no real perspective, as I said, then some of them may a little bit turn away or use other channels, use other relations, and that is just not good for the European Union.
Indeed, there is a lack of alternative for Euro-Atlantic integration of the region. Mr. State Secretary Matušić, same question to you, please. The region and its perception as a zone of competition for external influences, please.
Yeah, it's quite challenging for all the countries, but they cannot change their geographical position. I mean, all these Western Balkan countries are in courtyard of European Union. They're surrounded by European Union member states. They're surrounded now by Schengen zone also. So I think the only way is to cooperate with them. We already offered them hand. And now we are waiting also to work together on this, all these issues. Don't forget that we had war in the region in the last decade of the 20th century. We still have to solve some unresolved issues which are very important for good neighborly relations, which is one overarching condition, in fact, for all the countries. So we need to solve these issues before they became full member of the European Union. I think, of course, if we create gap in these relations, of course, some other actors which are present already in the region, but they are not present from yesterday or from 20 years ago. They're present even for decades. They're present there for decades. So, of course, their influence can be even bigger on these countries and stronger. We saw also during the war, Russian war invasion on Ukraine, we saw weaponization of energy sector, which is also one of the very important factor for these countries. This morning I heard from your minister, Mr. Szijjártó. He was speaking about building new connections, new pipelines. That's very okay with all the countries, members of the Western Balkans. But what is important to notice, Croatia invested a lot in critical infrastructure, in pipelines, in gas pipeline, especially we invested a lot in LNG, which happened before Russia's aggression on Ukraine. And this helped us to diversify our supply chains, okay? And now we are extending capacity of LNG in order to help all our neighbors from Slovenia to Austria to Bavaria even, and other neighbors, if they are willing to use these pipelines to supply from the other sources, not only from Russia. Okay, and pipelines, we are speaking about crude oil. We are delivering crude oil to Serbia, for example, to their company, oil company NIS, which has some very different issues now with the OFAC, with DOJ, with the Americans, but because some of the owners of this company in Serbia are sanctioned, on sanction list of United States. But we are trying and we are helping them to supply their country with and to deliver them crude oil in order to have normal functioning of the country. So at the same time, we are ready to help all those countries who are like landlocked countries like Hungary to use these pipelines. And we are a reliable partner, and I have to say that prices, I heard something different, but prices are average prices, even lower than on Amsterdam Stock Exchange. So I think it is very important to see how we can cooperate in this field. Energy security is very important for the European Union. And we are offering to all our neighbors this infrastructure. Especially we want also to help to Bosnia and Herzegovina. We want to invest in southern connection, interconnection between Croatia and Bosnia and Herzegovina to supply them also with the gas coming from LNG or different other resources. Yeah. So I think that's very, very, very important. Energy security is one of the main factor of our security and stability in the region. So that's the reason why we want to work together with all the countries who are willing to work with Croatia's infrastructure and companies.
Thank you so much. It was a very succinct intervention and indeed highlighting the importance of energy security, also within an enlargement context. Because if enlargement was taken forward for these countries to guarantee their own security in terms of energy supplies would be obviously much less complicated. But same question, zone of competition for you, Mr. Potsevsky, please.
Well, thank you for the question. First, what I did not mention during the first intervention, but it also relates to this question, is about strategy and about the European strategy. Here I will have to thank Hungary because I was a special representative of my government during the Hungarian presidency with the European Union, and I saw the strategic thinking and the implementation of the strategic thinking in practice during the Hungarian presidency. Namely, I think I can speak on behalf of all the Western Balkan countries. During the Hungarian presidencies, we were not treated as candidates, but as de facto members of the European Union, because sometimes for us as candidates, Brussels resembles a black box, and all of a sudden something comes out of this black box, and we have a problem to decipher what does that mean. Well, during the Hungarian presidency, we were fully briefed on everything about the European integration of our countries, about the Hungarian initiatives regarding the European integration of our countries, and about the possibilities as if what we can achieve during that. So it's an example of how strategic thinking can be translated into concrete policies. Coming back to it, unfortunately, we don't see it as often when we talk about the European Union as we saw it during the Hungarian presidency. Sometimes there is a strategic myopia when it comes to the Western Balkan countries. I wouldn't say per se that there is a danger of great powers filling the gap in the Western Balkans, because if you look at the financial infrastructure of the region, the economy and the like, well, the single market is pretty much the only game in town. So I don't see that any other foreign power can project its economic interests, financial interests, and the like in the region. But the lack of engagement, then this ever, like how to call it, like the delay of the full integration, which is like taking place forever, is creating frustration in the region. And we know that, frustration then can lead to different political outcomes. Frustration can also lead to the increase of Eurosceptic political movements, parties, and the like. Fortunately, so far in the Balkans, we haven't seen this in place, but we're seeing that the population disappointed. In my country, for example, the support for the European integration was somewhere between 90 and 95% 15, 20 years ago. right now down to healthy 70%. But when we ask the people, like, do you think that the country will become the member of the European Union in 10 years or ever, we can see very low numbers. So people right now are disappointed and they don't see it as an issue. Whereas in the past, the prospects of European integration was moving mountains in all of our societies. We were doing the unthinkable in our internal political scenes just because, I mean, there was a promise of a very slight movement when it came to the European integration. Well, after so many years, right now, those small and slight changes, you know, are not producing the political results. What can produce political results nowadays is setting a clear date, a tangible date, a foreseeable date for full integration of the whole region in the European Union. And again, I will come back to my initial point. I think this is the only viable security policy that Europe has vis-à-vis the Western Balkans.
Thank you so much, and that very much corresponds with the philosophy of Hungarian policies on the region. And I would agree with you that in terms of trade relations and investments, most of the connections already anchor the region to the European Union as an economic power. So that is a very good platform to work upon. So the next question is about how international organizations such as the EU and NATO and others are seen in the region. What is their perception? How are they seen? And I will address this now to State Secretary Stare.
Well, actually, Ivica hinted at this aspect, that the societies of the region are tired. And I think North Macedonia is the best example for that. They spent more than 20 years in the membership action plan, waiting for NATO membership, you know. And then now you have spent more than 20 years with the preparation for the EU membership. So you have some kind of fantastic strategic patience, but that is not infinite. I mean, patience is not infinite. There's a point when the society will really be fed up with this, having no clear perspective for accession. And I think that's again a hint or an example of how really we are not strategic on this, you know. And then another discussion has just started about how we should reform the European Union internally to prepare for membership, for enlargement. And that's a very dangerous game, actually, because in my gut feeling is that it means that some member states are looking for another excuse to prolong the process by saying that until you have no internal reforms, the EU will not be able to absorb the newcomers. That means that there is no enlargement before we go through this internal reform. But what does the informal internal reform mean? It means more QMV, more qualified majority voting. It means less commissioners. That means not each member state would have a commissioner, which is a disaster for smaller countries. It means a lot of things which go towards more integration without agreement. And it will be an excuse for not inviting countries to become full-fledged members. So I'm personally concerned about this trend. And a couple of important EU members are advocating for these reforms. If it's a condition of future enlargement, I think that's dangerous because there will be no common understanding on a couple of issues that I just mentioned because the interests do not coincide. The other thing is this gradual integration thing, which was also mentioned this morning. I think gradual integration can be very useful because it gives a lot of new opportunities for the candidate countries to use. It's about more consultation, more involvement in the decision shaping, not decision making, but decision shaping. And it's also more access to resources. So if it goes like that, I think it's useful. And it also helps the adaptation of the individual candidate countries because they have more opportunities to participate. That's good. But if it again becomes an excuse for prolonging the process, then I think it's very detrimental to us. So all in all, the societies are following this, and these are ripe societies. I mean, they have a good understanding of what's happening. whenever there is one more step, like last year during the Hungarian presidency, we were able to push to have 2 IGCs, 2 intergovernmental conferences and openings of chapters, clusters with Albania. I think the Albanian society got a real boost on the support. I mean, they become very supportive because so that, yes, we have a chance, we have a perspective. Now, if you look at the case of North Macedonia, which is a good example for this, I think that's just, I mean, we are destroying the dreams of the societies. And that's just bad because we need a strong support. A country that joins the European Union, like when it was our time, Hungary, we had a referendum and we had a strong over the board of our political theater support for this. And that is an enduring thing. So if you join, then that remains with you, that you had a very strong support when you join. But if we go on like this, without strategic thinking and without really concentrating on this problem, then I think we will run into more trouble.
Thank you very much. And I think you alluded to a number of problems regarding internal reforms because of enlargement. And I think the issue of Ukraine adds to the complexity of this question. And I think this is partly why you mentioned that. State Secretary Matušić, perception of international organizations, EU, NATO, and others in the region. How do you see that also from a unique Croatian perspective, and also that your enlargement experience is relatively recent?
Yep. First of all, I have to say that when speaking about NATO, NATO is already there. So 3 member states plus K4, EU4, Altea. So that means that NATO forces are already in the region, in Bosnia and Herzegovina, in Kosovo, and three member states of NATO, Montenegro, Albania, and North Macedonia. So I think it is important to notice that Bosnia and Herzegovina has also aspiration, at least one part of Bosnia and Herzegovina, and speaking about Federation of Bosnia and Herzegovina, not about Republic of Srpska, they have aspirations to become a member of NATO. Okay, Serbia is partner of NATO, as it was stated this morning already, and we have to work with them also on this very sensitive issue for them. We understand all, I think, why is that sensitive, but that means that NATO is already present, even more than European Union. But at the same time, European Union established in the meantime some new instruments and tools for the Western Balkan countries, like growth plan. I think that's a very concrete tool worth more than 6 billion euros, which is invented in order to bring all of them at the same table and try to find the best way how they can cooperate and, in fact, train the cooperation, which is very important for the European Union, and, in fact, that's somehow a precondition for the membership of the European Union. So we have already some tools on the table, and we hope that they will agree at how they can cooperate between each other. So I think, of course, the European Union is the largest investor in Western Balkan countries, the largest. So that's the fact. For example, Croatia is first trade partner with Bosnia and Herzegovina, among first partners with Serbia also, and the other countries of the Western Balkans. So I think it is important that our presence of member states in the Western Balkans country is very important, and trade exchange and everything which is connected with the normal functioning of the regional functioning in countries which are in that region. So I think regional stability is very, very, very important for all of us. That's key for the development on Western Balkans.
Thank you. Thank you so much. So, because you already touched upon this, maybe you could approach this from a specific angle, and that would be the youth. How do you think the youth see these organizations, especially EU enlargement? You mentioned the drop in the numbers regarding support for the EU. How does that shape up with youngsters, perhaps in North Macedonia, but also in general in the region?
Well, I think that the youngsters throughout the Western Balkans are different compared to my generation when it was younger. You know, For us, Europe was a radical idea. For us, Europe was a utopia that we wanted to actually realize, in fact. And the young people from the region actually do live in Europe. They use these exchange programs. Fortunately for us as countries, we fought for visa liberalization. So unlike the members of my generation, for us, I mean, it took us like 10 documents and waiting for 3 weeks just to get to a conference of 2 days in Europe. Right now, youngsters can just hop on a flight and travel anywhere in Europe, you know. So they are Europeans. The issue is different. I mean, they don't feel this need to fully integrate their countries in the EU because they live Europe as such. And for them, I mean, we need to finish the process and to complete these processes. And it also, you know, speaking of strategy, you know, let me bring this issue. I mean, it's not related to security, but nonetheless, we managed to do this visa liberalization with the Western Balkan countries. And right now, EU is introducing these digital visas for the whole world. So the citizens of the Western Balkan countries will be treated the same as the citizens of Colombia or Brazil. Well, Colombia and Brazil are great countries, but they will never be candidates for membership in the European Union. And what nobody in the Balkans can understand is why were we not exempt from these digital visas? Why, when this program was established on the European level, nobody thought that, hey, let's exclude, you know, the countries of the Western Balkans. Let them, you know, travel without filling these formulas and the like. So it also speaks, you know, about, so youngsters will again have another impediment when traveling freely to Europe. So that's an issue. On the strategy, what we touch upon, also right now there is a talk about European Union gaining its military security dimension. There were several meetings in Paris, in London. There was also a European Council about this idea. Well, at none of this event, not a single Western Balkan country was invited. And we mentioned, I mean, 3 of our countries are members of NATO. Yet nobody saw the need of inviting us at the moment when the European Union is crafting the policies for establishing this European defense, military, and security dimension. Yet we will be members one day if we become members of the European Union. So, yeah, speaking of those issues, what's the perception from this side? So, again, I don't think that anybody in the region is looking for different alternatives or like, but they're tired of the fact that the present and the only alternative still hasn't been realized, and that's a problem.
Thank you so much, and I think that's the perfect bridge to our next question, because it's about how the Western Balkans could fit into a wider European security architecture. And with all the talk of rearm Europe and the new concept in the European Union, and with everything that is taking place in the international arena right now, and also add to that the fact that, I mean, tensions are not going away from the region. We've seen an uptick in violence in the past 2 years in Kosovo. We have the tensions in Bosnia and Herzegovina. How could the Western Balkans, with time to come, become part of a Euro-Atlantic security architecture? And I'm asking Mr. State Secretary Stare to address the issue.
Well, I think at the moment we have a very vague idea about the future European security architecture, but not because of the Western Balkan countries, but because of other things. I mean, especially because of the Ukraine conflict. But that doesn't mean that we should not think about it. And I think now that we are approaching some kind of peace process in Ukraine and on Ukraine, now it's time to think about how Europe could build some kind of new architecture with some trust in each other and with the engagement of all the countries. The European political community process is a good example for engaging each player of the continent, or almost each and every player. And I think we have to continue it. There will be a next meeting in Albania, and we welcome that. Because this is the place beyond the Council of Europe and the OSCE where everybody is there, and where there is a lot of room for free exchange of views. Now, the future European security architecture, of course, will be a kind of complex system of NATO and EU members and countries which will remain outside it. Even in the Western Balkans, there are different views about NATO. Not every country wants to join NATO. At least there are two, Serbia and Bosnia and Herzegovina, who have not declared this. But they too are closely cooperating with the alliance. So I think that doesn't hamper them from being part of this, this larger cooperation scheme. European capabilities, European defense is evolving. I think it's not the right idea to think that it's only because of Ukraine. I think Europe needs, the EU needs more capabilities anyway, because we are kind of free riders in NATO still. Still 8 NATO members do not live up to their pledge of 2% GDP-wise of defense spending, you know. So in that situation, I think it's very important that Europe develops its capabilities, and that will bring more autonomy for Europe, but at the same time it's also a contribution to NATO's collective defense. Now what we do with the countries who are not part of this, I think it's just fair to say that leaving out the countries from these considerations, especially NATO members who are not yet EU members, that's just a mistake, because other NATO members from Western Europe who are not EU members, they are part of it. I mean, Norway is there, and others are there. Turkey, to some extent, is there. In that respect, it would be very important, and that's why we put a lot of emphasis during the Hungarian presidency to invite the countries of the region to as many meetings as it was possible, because it was forgotten before us. Now I think the Polish presidency does a similar thing. They invite you, but it has to be continued, because after a while it will be forgotten again. So we need to take on board the countries. Without them, there will be no lasting stability and security. And that means also Bosnia and Herzegovina, North Macedonia, Montenegro, and the others. All in all, it's difficult to say what will be the direction of this new security architecture, but those who are already in NATO, they are anchored, I would say. And those who are not, I think they will sometimes revisit their idea about this. And nothing is definitive in this respect, so let's hope that more and more we can integrate not only in the political and economic sense, but also in the security area.
Thank you so much, and I think that intervention absolutely highlights some of the key dilemmas on how the Western Balkans fits into the current very complex international environment. So the same question to you, Mr. Matušić. How can the Western Balkans become part of a future Euro-Atlantic security architecture?
Very easy to answer: to join European Union and NATO. That's easy answer, but not that easy to achieve. I have to say that this is very, very important issue. And of course, I agree with my friend, State Secretary Staraj. We have to have them on board, those who are members of the NATO, when speaking about European security, a new format of European security. But at the same time, there is one issue which is connected with many security issues, which is one of the main issues in the European Union. That's illegal migration. I'm speaking about illegal migration. And why is process of negotiation important in this sense? Because alignment with the common foreign and security policy means that you're aligned with the visa regimes of the European Union. We have the fact that some countries of Western Balkans do not align with this visa regime. And then, consequently, we have the situation that some of the so-called tourists came to the countries of Western Balkans without visa, and then go immediately to the borders of Croatia or Hungary. That's the issue. They have to align with the visa regime of European Union. Then we will avoid at least 50% of illegal migrants on our borders. Other 50 are coming from Turkey or via sea and so on, in Italy and so on. So there's a simple solution for this. If they have political will to do that, We cannot wait that they join the European Union and then to adjust and align with the common foreign and security policy. They have to do that now in order to help all of us and help them also at the same time. Now we see cooperation. Frontex is already there in Bosnia and Herzegovina. There are some financial instruments which can help them to enhance their administrative capacities, police and so on. So there is a lot of instruments on their disposal to do that. So we are waiting them to move forward in this direction. So I think it is very, very important issue for all of us, because you see that because of the different approach to illegal migrants, I'm not speaking about workers and legal migrants, legal with permits to work in European countries and so on. I'm speaking about illegal migration. You don't know who they are. They're coming on the borders of Croatia and Hungary also without IDs, who they are. They have the same names. You don't know from which country. You need some to translate what they are speaking about. Last year in Croatia, we captured more than 1,700 smugglers and organizers of human trafficking. More than 1,700. Our jails are full of them. Okay? And that's our job. We are Schengen. We are not happy that we have a Schengen border because of our neighboring countries, because of Bosnia and Herzegovina. We have Croats living in Bosnia and Herzegovina. They also wait for 3 or 4 hours on the borders with Croatia because of the Schengen rules. Or from Serbia also. We have Croatian minority in Serbia. We know that that's very tough for all of them. We had that experience because we had also Schengen border with Slovenia. So we understand completely what they are now passing through. So I think it is more than needed to understand what should be done from the side of Western Balkan countries. They have really to adjust and implement all the rules, and I think that we will have much better position of them when speaking about the negotiation and everything which is connected with the negotiation process. Yeah.
Thank you so much, and I think you touched upon one of the key issues that is also very much defining the debates within Europe, not only regarding the Western Balkans, which is illegal migration. And I think your approach reflected a similar one to ours, which is mostly approaching this issue from a security angle. And I think that is becoming the overarching view in general and the dominant view in Europe about this threat and challenge. So, Mr. Bocevsky, the Western Balkans as it fits into the future and current very complex international security environment, and in particular the Euro-Atlantic security architecture.
It's great that the State Secretary touched on the issue of Schengen, because it also explains the way all your respective countries were integrated in the Western institutions. For all of it, it looked like first integration to Council of Europe, then NATO, EU, followed by Schengen and OECD. So, well, speaking about security and the Western Balkans is already within the Schengen borders. So creative thinking would entail, for example, our countries at least receiving benchmarks to prepare our institutions for potential Schengen membership. Because I remember during the refugee crisis, our border police at the border were actually collecting biometric data of all the immigrants and refugees arriving from Greece. So there are servers somewhere in our Ministry of Interior with over 1,200,000 biometric data of the people who actually entered into Schengen area through this great migration route. And again, we have no idea what to do with this data, because there is no interoperability, exchange of data between anyone. The Serbs did the same. So again, you have the same amount of over 1,200,000 biometric data collected from all these people somewhere in the Serbian servers. And pretty much I think Hungary and Croatia have the same. But we don't exchange this data. And the like. Entry of all the Western Balkan countries in the Schengen area can resolve the issue. But it was never brought on the table as such, you know. So yeah, that also, you know, can be part of this gradual integration of our countries within the wider region. As I can see, like, again, I think that it's inevitable that all our countries will also join this new institution, this new Euro-Atlantic or only European security architecture. But in order to participate and to be prepared, we need to be there. We need to be present. And we need to receive all these benchmarks in order to qualify and in order to prepare our institutions for the future membership. That's my point.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And you highlighted some very practical issues and some potential practical solutions. I think we have time for one more round. And this last question is connected to the last one, in the sense that we already touched upon the trade-offs between the situation in Ukraine and the Western Balkans. So the question is, how would you evaluate the impact of the war in Ukraine on the Balkans, and how would you evaluate a potential peace deal and its effect on the Balkans? How would you analyze that? And please, Mr. State Secretary Stare, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Well, I think it's a common interest of all of us to have peace as soon as possible. That's not a question. On the integration process of the Western Balkans, I think the war had a negative impact. Let's be frank on that. You were the countries who had, you countries of the Western Balkans, who were part of the process, who have been doing this for a long time, and who had the dialogue with the European Union. No other country really had a chance. I remember that the French and other countries did not even accept putting into draft texts or conclusions the European perspective of Ukraine. You know, there was so much against it. And then all of a sudden, it changed as the war broke out. And from that point on, as I said, everybody became geopolitical. And this cast a shadow on the process of the countries of the Western Balkans. So in that respect, I think there's a clear linkage between the two. Some countries connect or link the accession of the process, the pace of the process of Ukraine and Moldova to that of the countries of the Western Balkans, which goes against the principle of the merit-based process. But this shows, as I said, that at the end of the day, everything is political, geopolitical. Actually, it happened to us too. In 2004, when the 10 countries joined, it was not because we were all at the same level of preparation, clearly not. Conditionality was part of the game, but at the end of the day, it was a political decision. So now the question is how much this political approach, geopolitical approach, will go to the detriment of the process of the countries of the Western Balkans. And Hungary does not want this, because our interest is that those who have prepared well, who are at a high degree of preparation, high level of preparation, they should join. And then we will see what happens to the others who came later and who started their preparation later. Because it's also for the EU a problem. I mean, to integrate a country which is very far from living up to the standards and to the acquis, that will have an impact, a negative impact on the EU itself, institutionally, economically, in terms of structural funds, everything. So let's be careful. Let's not let the countries of the Western Balkans down on this. Let's keep the focus. The Hungarian presidency was a good example for that, without being biased. I think objectively we can say that. There will be others who come with their presidency, and I think they too have to concentrate on this to convince the other EU partners that it is also their interest and not only the countries of the Western Balkans.
Thank you for that very honest and to-the-point analysis of the question. Please, State Secretary Matušić, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much. Yes, we agree all that we need peace in Ukraine as soon as possible, but we need just peace. We need, if the international community will reward Russia for its aggression on Ukraine, that will not be just peace. They can stop the war soon, but if they reward Ukraine and breach international law in a way that internationally recognized borders are not respected, then that will not be just peace. So I think it is important that all of us from European Union, and I think all NATO members, will also have the same focus on this issue. And I'm sure that, of course, in the meantime, we will see what will happen. It's happening now. Negotiation between the US, who took lead, and that's very good, I think. And we have to strengthen our defense and the resilience of the European Union at the same time by allocating more money from our budgets. And I think that we all agree that it should be more than 2%. Now we are striving to allocate 3% until 2027. When speaking about Croatia, but at the same time, I think that we have also to keep the focus, of course, on the Western Balkans country and their negotiation, but we have also to keep focus on Moldova and Ukraine. These countries are they declare very clearly that they want to be part of the European Union. So we have to help them also, but of course, keeping the focus on the Western Balkans country, which is our priority, I have to say that, especially for us in Croatia, because they are first neighbors of Croatia, and we have so many ties, historical ties with all the countries of the Western Balkans, and we have to continue to keep the focus on them, definitely.
Thank you so much for your opinion. Mr. Wojciechowski?
I will be very short. I think that it's good that the Ukrainian question brought back enlargement to the front of the European agenda. But on the other hand, as Minister of Foreign Affairs Siarto said during the talk, enlargement should be merit-based. And for all the Western Balkan countries, enlargement and also the European integration is a story which goes on for almost 2 decades. So yes, Ukrainian integration should happen. We all sympathize with the fight of the Ukrainian people against the Russian invasion and with their fight also to preserve their identity, the way they see it and read it. But also, when we talk about merit-based, it means that the Western Balkan countries and their European integration success should be acknowledged, accepted, and implemented before we start talking about Ukrainian or Moldovan accession in the European Union. Because frankly speaking, a lot of injustice was done to some of the Western Balkan countries. For example, the fact that Bosnia and Herzegovina became a candidate after Ukraine is a major injustice to Bosnia and Herzegovina, because, I mean, they did achieve a lot. And they are far advanced compared to Ukraine in the European integration. Also Kosovo, which is not a candidate yet, is far more advanced than Ukraine and Moldova when you talk about European integration. So yes, to Ukrainian European integration, we all sympathize with the Ukrainian people and their struggle, but European integration should be merit-based, and the European Union should take into account its obligations towards the Western Balkan regions prior to continuing with the Ukrainian and Moldovan European integration.
Thank you so much. And I think it would be very difficult for me to draw an overarching conclusion because of the complexity of the topic. But I think it's enough just to say that the Western Balkans very much remains unfinished business. And while, of course, the merit-based approach and conditionality will remain, we need to be a little bit more strategic at the same time. I think that's one of the conclusions, because there is no alternative to the integration of the region. I thank our distinguished speakers and panelists for their very interesting contributions, and I also thank the audience for the attendance and the attention. Thank you.
I would like to thank the panelists for sharing their valuable thoughts. And with this last panel discussion, we close this year's Budapest Balkans Forum, at least the part open to the public. Tomorrow, the Budapest Balkans Forum will continue with closed-door panel discussions. So thank you for coming, and hope to see you on the Budapest Balkans Forum in 2026 as well.